お前はどこまで見えている。俺、死に様か。
It was warm outside, albeit windy at times. The air was still fresh because it had recently rained. The 10th of October is almost the middle of autumn. On this day, all residents of the Hidden Leaf Village rejoice. Today is a festival, because 5 years ago the village was attacked by a terrible monster, the nine-tailed demon fox. He destroyed many buildings, and because of him many people died. But there was one person in the village, its defender, who at the cost of his own life saved all the inhabitants from this monster. It would seem that all people should rejoice, but no. A girl with a bright shock of red hair, tied in 2 ponytails, was running down the street. She was dressed in black denim shorts and a blue blouse with short sleeves, and had black sandals on her feet. She is unusual, especially in her appearance, 3 stripes on her cheeks, which made her look a little like a fox, only the ears and tail were missing. And if ordinary people have both eyes the same color, then this girl had one eye blue, the color of sapphire, and the second was red, the color of blood, with a narrow, vertical, black pupil. Now one could read obvious animal fear in her eyes. The girl ran as fast as she could, but it was not enough. Men were chasing her, even though they were tipsy. There were 2 of them, but they were still faster. Quickly turning the corner, the girl braked sharply. Dead end. Turning sharply, the scarlet-haired woman wanted to run out, but the men were already standing in the passage. She got caught. The girl began to slowly move back until her back hit the wall. "So you got caught," said one man. "We've been running after you for a long time, demon." The odd-eyed woman understood what would happen next. She would be beaten. Thoughts were spinning in my head. Why me? What did I do to them? Why do they beat me every day? Today is my birthday. Why me? The men began to approach her. One of them raised his hand and punched her hard in the stomach. The girl screamed. Tears flowed from my eyes. The second, deciding to keep up with his friend and drinking companion, also hit the girl in the stomach and she fell face down on the bare asphalt. This time she let out a strangled wheeze. It hurt to scream. And so, when the first man had already raised his hand to strike, he suddenly fell to the ground. His drinking companion looked at him with a surprised gaze, when suddenly he heard a voice. "Leave her alone. What did she do to you?" Turning his head, the man saw a dark-haired 5-year-old boy with pitch-black eyes. "It's none of your business," the man responded. "Get out of here before it's too late." But before he could finish speaking, the boy's fist crashed into him. The blow was weak, but since the man was drunk, he, too, was already passed out along with his friend. The boy approached the girl and lightly touched her shoulder. "How are you?" he asked, but the girl did not answer. She only curled up tighter, afraid of more beatings. "Calm down, I knocked them out. I won't harm you." The girl relaxed a little and looked up at the boy. He looked at her and was surprised. The girl was quite beautiful. She had pretty cute stripes on her cheeks and colorful eyes. One blue one that pulled towards itself. It seemed that the boy was drowning in it, and the other was red with a narrow pupil. There was incredible fear and loneliness in her eyes, but somewhere in the depths, there was surprise and curiosity. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke," the boy stretched her hand. "What's your name?" "You." "Uzumaki Naruko," she answered and, after hesitating a little, extended her hand to him. "Uzumaki Naruko," the girl introduced herself. "Naruko? It's a beautiful name," the boy smiled. "Come on, I'll take you home." Fear appeared in the girl's eyes again, but overpowering herself, she nodded weakly and told him the street and the house. Sasuke took Uzumaki's hand and walked with her. The girl's hand was warm. On the way, he noticed that all the adults were throwing angry glances at her. The girl, noticing them, lowered her head down. The boy hugged her encouragingly, causing shivers to run down Naruko's spine and her eyes to open in surprise. "Aren't you afraid of me?" she asked. Of course not. The Uchiha laughed. Soon they reached a two-story house. Sasuke helped Naruko up the stairs, since she was still weak. Releasing his hand, the girl took out the key and opened the wooden door. Thank you very much, she kissed him on the cheek, causing the Uchiha to blush a little. Naruko entered the apartment and closed the door. Sasuke stood on the threshold for a little longer and went home. Meanwhile, Naruko collapsed on the sofa, exhausted, and fell asleep. The girl woke up in a dark place, illuminated by a small number of torches. She stood ankle-deep in cool water, and there was silence all around, only a long corridor with many passages. The girl hesitantly stepped into one of them. After walking a little, Naruko saw a huge cage. Two huge red eyes with narrow black pupils glowed in it. Suddenly, the torches lit up and the girl saw that a huge red fox was sitting in a cage, with 9 tails that fluttered behind his back. Come here, the fox's voice was rough, but one could hear care and tenderness in it. The girl, without hesitation, approached the cage. Let's get acquainted. My name is Kurama, what's yours? Naruko, the girl's voice echoed throughout the room. Tell me, won't you beat me? She asked, to which Kurama just laughed. A father will never beat his daughter, especially if he is sealed inside her. How is it, father? Asked the girl. And so it is. I have known you for a long time and have been watching you for a long time. I have been here almost since your birth. Your mother is Kushina. This is the one I was sealed in before. How can you be my father if I don't look like you? Asked the girl. You have my eye. The fox did something with his chakra and a white icon appeared next to him. This icon depicted a woman in her 20s. Fair skin, violet blue eyes, bright red hair, just like Naruko. She was dressed in a blue t-shirt, over which was a beige sundress. The woman had a big round belly and was smiling happily in the picture. This is your mother, Kurama explained. Why should I believe you that you are my father? Why not? You have my eye and the same character as I had as a child. Moreover, I'm too proud to lie to you about paternity, just to get a body and be reborn. Naruko had nothing to say to this. Tell me about your mother, the girl asked. Well, you know what she looked like, she had an explosive temper, but despite this, Kushina was a kind and strong-willed person. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she was very resilient. Her life force was so great that she survived even after I was removed from her, after your birth, although she was then greatly weakened. Kushina also possessed an unusual, specially shaped chakra that was well suited to her becoming my Jinchuriki. She was able to create chains of chakra to restrain others. She had a unique style of ninjutsu. Kushina also knew and was able to use sealing techniques, some of which she taught to Minato, the 4th Hokage. She was his wife. Wow. So that means my real father is the 9-tailed demon fox himself, my mother is the bloody habanero, and my conditional father is the 4th Hokage? What a family. The fox only laughed in response, revealing his sharp teeth. Listen, I'm cold, but can I change the landscape and the temperature here? Otherwise the bare walls are not very inspiring. This is your subconscious, Kurama answered thoughtfully. You can try. The girl nodded and closed her eyes tightly. In an instant, the bare beige walls disappeared and high flower walls appeared in their former place. Instead of water, a bright green lawn with a small lake formed on the floor, and soft pillows appeared in Kurama's cage. Having examined her creation, the girl smiled widely and lay down on the soft tail of her new father. Suddenly, she began to disappear from there and woke up on the sofa. The 3rd Hokage sat next to her. On his left cheek, on the top, there was a brown spot. 3 long, deep wrinkles and a small white goatee emanated from the eyes in a strangely symmetrical manner. Black, cunning eyes. Dark skin, gray hair with a bald spot on top. But it was hidden by the Hokage hat. Finally, you woke up. He exclaimed. I heard that you were beaten today, but Sasuke Uchiha helped you, the girl nodded. From this day forward, you will be an ANBU. It will be better for you and for the residents. Sorry, but it's necessary, Naruko nodded again. Only on one condition, she said. Hiruzen looked at her questioningly. Dictui. I will live in the house of my father and mother. But I don't know who your parents are, the third Hokage lied and stood up. Do not lie. The girl exclaimed, you know that my mother is Kushina, the former Jinchuriki of Kurama, and my father is the fourth Hokage. Where from, was all the surprised old man could say. Kurama told me. And who is this? That's the name of Kyubi, but Yoko, Hiruzen was stunned. He had seen a lot in his life, but this girl knew how to surprise more than anyone. And one more thing, now my name is not Uzumaki Naruko, but Yoko Naruko. Well, okay, answered the still surprised old man and went to the exit. Tomorrow in my office at 10 o'clock, he said finally and left. 6 years have passed since that incident. Sasuke remembered well how he brought this girl to her apartment, how she thanked him and left, closing the door. The boy wanted to see her again, but Naruko seemed to have disappeared. He asked the villagers where she was, but they either laughed or didn't know, saying that her disappearance was only for the better. Sasuke wanted to see her again so much that he often stood outside her door. But this did not happen, the girl never appeared in the vicinity of her apartment. As if it was a dream, a fleeting moment, and not reality. When entering the Shinobi Academy, Uchiha hoped that he would see her at least there, but this did not happen either. Naruko did not enter any academy. Days gave way to nights. Day after day, Sasuke searched for her, but for many years, he still couldn't find her. In 6 years, Sasuke's life changed dramatically. He took the first step towards becoming a real ninja. His entire clan was destroyed by his brother. He moved and began to live alone in an empty apartment. Some girls were constantly hovering next to him, but one thing remained the same, Uzumaki never showed up. What happened left its mark on him. His heart was saturated with hatred, strong and burning. He stopped paying attention to anyone from his surroundings. He didn't care about his peers or older kids. He wanted only 2 things, to become stronger and to meet Naruko, who by some miracle was able to leave a bright ray in his hardened heart. However, Sasuke himself thought that he would never meet her again. It was the height of summer, and the classroom was so stuffy that even the wide-open windows did not help. The children, who were at most 12 years old, were languishing in the heat, dreaming of quickly being at home in the cool. However, no one cancelled their studies. Therefore, when the disgusting bell rang, everyone sat down, groaning. Iruka-sensei, who again put his hair back in his usual high hairstyle, somewhat reminiscent of a pineapple, fully understood the children, but could not help them. Today we have a new girl in our class, he dictated to the whole class. Everyone raised their eyes and looked at the teacher with more interest than before. Come in, Naruko. A girl with scarlet hair, braided in a thick long braid, and straight, thick bangs that covered her eyes, entered the class. Sasuke opened his mouth. It was she, Naruko, the one. He was amazed and happy. He finally saw her again, but Sensei looked at her with disgust and hatred, and it reminded him of the day they met. Introduce yourself, Iruka ordered rather than asked. Naruko no Yoko, the girl said calmly, without raising her eyes. Your dossier says that you are an Uzumaki. The teacher raised his eyebrow, coldly. There's a mistake. You know Yoko, the girl shook her head, tucking an unruly strand behind her ear. Only now did everyone notice how long the girl's hair was, reaching almost to her knees, and this despite the fact that her hair was first tied into a high ponytail and then braided. Rival, all the girls immediately thought, their eyes sparkling mischievously, but Yoko was familiar with that look. I'll sign you up as Uzumaki. Sit down in an empty seat. You know Yoko, the girl muttered through her teeth and looked at the sensei. Her eyes were scarlet, like blood, and the pupil in them was vertical. From his place, Sasuke couldn't see what was in her gaze, but Yumino staggered to the side and almost fell. With a trembling hand, he wrote Naruko no Yoko on the form. Naruko smiled slightly. Do you want to say something to your new classmates? Sensei asked, sticking to tradition. MMM. I hope we will live peacefully, she said, taking a deep breath. She calmly looked around the class, looking for empty seats. There were two of them. One is next to a black-haired boy who reminded her of someone, and the second is next to Hinata, where the girl sat down. They were good friends after Hyuga was attacked, and Naruko helped her fight off the bullies. Despite all her father's prohibitions, Hinata continued to communicate with Yoko. Sitting down next to her friend, Naruko began chatting quietly with her. She felt her classmates' gazes on her, but decided to ignore them. Yumino began to give a lecture, asking some questions along the way. Naruko quickly analyzed the situation and people to understand that that girl with pink hair, who always raised her hand, was clearly an arrogant person. But her desk neighbor, the blonde, will obviously be dumber. She also quickly identified the main lazy people in the class, noting at the same time that some of them, although they know the entire program, prefer to remain silent. Finally, the long-awaited bell rang. Almost everyone stood next to Hinata's desk, except for Sasuke, Shino, and Shikamaru. Sasuke wanted to approach her, but decided that it was better for the others not to know that they knew each other, otherwise there was a chance that poor Yoko would get it from the crazy girls. Shino and Shikamaru simply, due to their characters, were not going to move. The first was somewhere in his thoughts, and the second was sleeping. "So you're Naruko?" asked a question from some pink-haired girl, who Naruko identified as a show-off and a know-it-all. "That's right," the girl nodded. "Do you see that handsome and sweet guy?" She pointed somewhere. The Jinchuriki turned her head in that direction, looked at the guy and again at that girl. "His name is Sasuke, and he's mine, okay?" But Naruko was no longer listening to her. She suddenly remembered the boy who saved her from two drunken men. And it was him. It was Sasuke. "Are you even listening to me?" "Yes," the scarlet-haired girl answered absently and looked at Sasuke. Their gazes met. But Yoko smiled at him and looked at Sakura again. "How dare you smile at my Sasuke?" some blonde exclaimed. "Are you sure that the others agree that he is only yours?" Naruko asked slyly, enjoying how the girls began to squabble among themselves. The girl then yawned widely. She hadn't gotten much sleep that night since the third had given her a mission to spy on Danzo along with the rest of the ANBU. It seemed, but Yoko only blinked as the school day came to an end. Suddenly she discovered that everyone was going to go home, which made the girl think that she had simply fallen asleep unnoticed. Standing up, Naruko stretched, threw all her things into her backpack and left the classroom with Hinata. "Listen, can you help me choose clothes for future missions? Still, I need something new when I become a genin." Yoko turned to her friend. "Are you going home now?" asked Hinata. "No, I still have to submit a report to the third," my friend yawned. Suddenly, someone pushed her from behind, and she almost fell. Turning her head sharply, the girl saw the pink-haired one standing at the head of a mini-squad of girls. Naruko realized that she managed to find her ill-wishers in less than a day. It was a warning. "Smile at my Sasuke-kun one more time and you'll be in trouble," she hissed. And then, turning on her heels, she left. Yes, as expected, the girl shrugged. "I hope she didn't hear anything, otherwise I'll be in trouble." "I don't think so. Sasuke-kun is more important to her than your secrets," Hyuga answered quietly. Naruko nodded her head, hoping so. Well, she clearly doesn't have enough brains, she can just take it and, the girl didn't have time to finish her sentence before she disappeared in a haze, thereby frightening Hinata. "Tell everyone without thinking about the consequences," Naruko said, after which she blinked her eyes in surprise. She found herself somewhere in a forest clearing, but not in the classroom where she stood with Hinata just a second ago. "What the? Tell me what?" A woman's voice was heard very close by. Turning her head, the young Jinchuriki saw a small white tigress with black stripes all over her body. Her eyes were the color of gold. The girl recoiled from the animal, simultaneously trying to understand what happened and come up with an escape plan. "You may have to fight with the animal." Naruko was ready for this. Her years spent in ANBU taught her to be ready for anything. And who are you? The girl asked carefully, trying to stall for time. My name is Chihiro. I am a ninja tigress. And what is your name? But Yoko had heard about summoned beasts before. They lived in places where it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to get to. You either have to be chosen or be persistent and strong enough to make a deal with such a beast. Sometimes a person himself ended up in their habitats when the animals decided that they needed to enter into a contract with a person for some of their own purposes. And, apparently, Naruko became one of these people. Whether this fact pleased her or not, she did not know. However, tigers are always better than some nasty insects. Naruko. But Yoko Naruko, the girl introduced herself a couple of moments later. Where I am? In the clearing, the beast responded laconically. Well, there was some truth in this, there really was nothing around except an endless green meadow. And to be more precise? Inquired the young Jinchuriki. Forest glade. It's called Orototego. I called you here, Chihiro answered calmly, stretching her whole body. The girl could not help but notice the natural grace that the tigress possessed. But Yoko always considered tigers to be the most beautiful and intelligent cats. And, apparently, they liked her too, since she was called. Naruko mentally noted that getting caught by the same foxes was too banal and stupid, given the fact who her father is, and Kurama snorted derisively somewhere inside. For what? This is our custom. Every 3 years, a worthy ninja tiger goes to this clearing and summons the person with whom he enters into a contract. This time the lot fell on me, and I called you. If you want, you can sign an agreement with us, but if you don't want to, you'll just go back to the village. The choice is yours. This is a rather generous offer, the girl began evasively. I thought for a long time about the question of my calling animal, but I never thought that it could be a tiger. The choice is yours, Chihiro reminded. Then I agree. Maybe we can switch to you, since everything has turned out this way? Or would that be too disrespectful? I don't mind, the tigress nodded. Follow me, but be careful, it rained recently, and now the ground is slippery. Naruko followed Chihiro. The green meadow, which previously seemed endless, soon ended in a dense forest. There was a whiff of something unknown about him, hidden from the eyes of the common man. The girl shuddered imperceptibly, for some reason she felt uneasy. Looking at how confidently the tigress steps forward, straight into the thicket, but Yoko sighed heavily and followed her, carefully stepping on the wet ground and stepping over the wet protruding roots of the trees. After the heat in Konoha, it was cold here. Shivering from the cold, Yoko accelerated the circulation of chakra in her body, thereby warming up. They walked for about 10 minutes, and during this time Naruko slipped a couple of times. No matter how good a shinobi she was, slippery stones and grass were inevitable. A couple of times the girl's leg simply slipped forward and she lost her balance. I'll take boots with normal soles, she decided for herself. Soon they came to small stone caves. Almost every one contained one or more tigers. There were white ones with black stripes, like Chihiro, and orange and black ones. Naruko had never seen such a large gathering of wild cats before. And this, to be honest, even amazed her. Also, the girl could not help but notice the fact that the tigers always bowed to Chihiro when she passed by. Most likely she is very respected here, the Jinchuriki realized and quickened her pace, as Chihiro went further forward. Soon the tigress and her companion reached a huge cave. Walking inside, Yoko looked around. The inside of the cave was beautifully decorated with various flowers, herbs, dried fruits, and young shoots of trees and bushes. And on the ceiling there were glowing stones, clearly precious ones that can only be found in Orototego. Finally, Chihiro stopped, and Naruko froze behind her. On a soft brown bedding, clearly brought from the human world, sat a huge white tiger. He was so huge that Yoko had to lift his head. Perhaps, if she were asked to compare the size of this tiger with some building in Konoha, she would, without hesitating for a second, name the Hokage's residence. The girl bowed low, showing all her respect. So, are you the young lady that Chihiro summoned? He asked. Yes. My name is Yoko Naruko. But Yoko? Are you really the daughter of the Kyubi no Yoko himself, the nine-tailed demon fox? Yes, but how do you know? There are many people in the world with the surname no Yoko. We tigers are the keepers of many secrets of the human world, the tiger said in a deep voice, waving his striped tail. History was being made before our eyes, and we wrote it down. Nothing can be hidden from us. People are simple and predictable for us. At least, that's how it was before your mother showed up. No one expected her to have a child with a bijou. This is nonsense. You are an impossible child, your birth itself is incredible. We have been following you since your birth, and now we are pleased to offer you a contract with us. But are you ready? Do you want this? Or would you rather leave? Yes, I'm ready, Naruko answered. I will be only glad. Well, then we'll need some of your blood. A normal-sized tiger brought out a small scroll in its mouth for the girl. However, as soon as she touched it, it instantly increased in size and turned around on its own. On the scroll itself, there were only 10 to 15 names written. Apparently, not many agreed to sign anything in blood with tigers. You must write your name on the scroll with your blood. After that, smear the blood on your fingertips and touch them here. The small tiger showed where to put the seal. Naruko did everything as he said. That's all. You signed a conscription contract with us. When you return to Konoha, train. Depending on how much chakra you put into the call, the tiger will be that size. All clear? Have questions? Yes. What is your name? She asked, looking at the shiny fur of the giant beast. Yes. I forgot to introduce myself, I apologize. My name is Yamaru. Now it's your time. Naruko just opened her mouth to ask Yamaru-san something, but didn't have time. She seemed to be spinning in some kind of whirlpool. And as soon as you blinked, the tiger's cave disappeared, and the house in which the girl lived appeared before your eyes. Hinata waited patiently for her friend in Konoha's Central Park. It wasn't that Naruko was a big fan of being late, on the contrary, she always tried to arrive early, but on this day everything didn't go according to plan. The young Hyuga sighed sadly, and then checked the time again, thinking that perhaps she had arrived earlier, but no. Sorry, Hinata, I'm late. Suddenly there was a loud cry, and the girl turned around. Yoko ran towards her at full speed. Her braid, which had previously looked perfectly styled, was a little disheveled, and now thin red hair was sticking out of it. The girl's eyes sparkled feverishly, and Hyuga immediately realized that something had happened, something very good. Nothing, Naruko-chan, she replied. I asked, just call me Naruko, her friend snorted reproachfully. And I'll tell you this now. But first, the purpose of our meeting. Hinata nodded and handed her friend a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Even though Yoko wasn't out of breath, her face was wet. And then they quickly walked away from the park in search of the desired store. Naruko talked enthusiastically about what happened to her, and the more she talked, the more surprised and shocked Hinata looked. Suddenly, a stone whistled very close to Yoko's ear. She managed to dodge. It turned out that this was some impartial man with a huge belly who decided to say a few rude things to her. The girl only pursed her lips, but did not answer anything, since she had long been accustomed to such treatment. Soon the friends reached a small store where there was everything for shinobi. Their arrival was announced by a bell hanging above the door. The sound filled the almost empty store. A cool breeze blew in through the open door. The girls closed the door and walked deeper into the store. Naruko immediately ran up to the orange suit. Orange is her main weakness, inherited from her mother, according to Kurama's words, of course. The girl grabbed it and went into the fitting room. Hinata remained patiently waiting for her friend outside, looking at something for herself. Her favorite jacket was already very worn. When Yoko came out, Hinata smiled widely. The suit fit Naruko perfectly, a gray mesh high-neck t-shirt, over which was an orange one-shoulder top with three-quarter sleeves. A short orange skirt and black knee-length shorts looked terrible on her friend. "Well, how?" she asked. "Great," Hyuga answered honestly. "I agree with the girl," Kurama whispered. "Great. So I'll take it. Now all that remains is to buy bags with shurikens, kunai, and pay for the whole thing." So, they continued shopping. An hour passed completely unnoticed. After the store, it was decided to go eat ice cream, and then just swing on the swing, as before. Time flew by quickly, even too quickly. The friends had to part when her mentor from the clan came for Hinata, and the girl, saying goodbye until tomorrow, ran away after him. Naruko sat for a while in complete solitude, thinking that she was jealous of her friend. She may have had a tense relationship with her father, but she still had a whole clan. No, Yoko has only herself and her father, who in reality cannot even hug her. Arriving home, Naruko washed her new suit and hung it on the balcony to dry. She hid the bags with the acquired weapons on the bottom shelf of the nightstand, where her favorite katana, which she received as a member of the ANBU, lay. Putting on a fox mask and a secret unit uniform, throwing on a long cloak and taking a katana, she disappeared into thin air. ANBU duties were not expected. And even though she didn't get enough sleep last night, even though she was able to doze off just a little in class today, the job was still a job for which they paid well. To be honest, the girl was not happy about the fact that she became part of the ANBU. Yes, she got good housing, but this was tangible and felt literally on the tongue. It was expressed in the fact that she had no other friends besides Hinata, that she did not sleep well, that she saw the harsh life of a shinobi earlier than she should have, that she began killing from childhood, that she was deprived of this very childhood. Naruko returned only at 4 o'clock in the morning. School started at 9, and I had to get up an hour before. But Yoko groaned doomedly, she would never have a normal sleep. And how she looked into the water. Early in the morning, she was awakened by a loud noise in the kitchen. Having jumped up from her spot, the girl grabbed a shuriken and, right in her pajamas, jumped out to the noise, preparing to attack the enemy who dared to sneak into her house. However, Naruko was in for a big surprise when, instead of some spy, she saw Jiraiya eating cookies and looking as stupid as possible. There was a chair lying nearby and, putting two and two together, Yoko immediately realized that her careless godfather was just an elephant. "Hi Naruko," he smiled innocently at her. He was still the same, kind, relaxed and smiling. His hair seemed to have grown even more, and the girl grimaced with displeasure at this fact. Again she would have to collect long white hairs throughout the house. "What did you forget here at?" She looked at her watch and was horrified. "At 6 in the morning. I came to see you. You should have warned in advance. It's only 6 now, and I want to sleep. Don't make any noise, please. And why did you even come? Can't I visit my goddaughter? Moreover, I need material for the next book." "Naked girls are not material," the girl instructively reminded. "Okay, come here, let's hug." They chatted for some more time. Jiraiya was such a kind and bright person that his very appearance gave Naruko the strength and energy that she simply needed after several practically sleepless nights. True, this effect from the sannin subsided when he was not around, and the girl entered the class tired and a little sleepy. Iruka-sensei wasn't there yet, so the girl, not paying attention to anything, plopped down in her seat and put her head in her hands. Soon someone pulled out a chair and sat down next to him. Naruko thought that Hinata came a little early today, but quickly forgot about it. But not even a minute had passed before a whole bunch of girls crowded around her place. But Yoko looked up in surprise at the source of the noise, internally indignant. "Naruko, can I sit in your place?" asked the same arrogant girl with pink hair, whose name the girl didn't even think about remembering. "This is my spot. Why should I change seats?" And only now Yoko noticed who this farce was about. Sasuke sat next to her, looking casual. Naruko blinked in surprise and looked around, checking to see if she was even in the right place. As it turned out, yes. So it was the Uchiha who got hooked on her. Because I want to sit next to Sasuke-kun, Sakura answered emphatically. You want to go further? This is my spot. And next to it is Hinata's place. So let this Sasuke change seats, but I'm not going to, Naruko answered slowly, glancing at the boy out of the corner of her eye. His face showed no emotion, but Yoko noticed how tightly he clenched his fists on the table. It seems that the words she said were unpleasant to him, but the girl could not do anything about it. This is not his place, let him leave and not create problems for her. Although somewhere deep inside she thought it was quite interesting and cute that he decided to sit down with her. So, he didn't forget about that incident 6 years ago when he saved her. I repeat, change seats. Haruno shouted. No, Naruko replied laconically. I didn't want to do this, but apparently you'll have to learn some manners. Since you don't understand well, you'll have to use brute force, exclaimed the blonde standing next to her with bangs over one eye. The rest of the girls supported her. In the heat of the quarrel, they didn't even notice how Sasuke stood up and walked around the front of the desk, wanting to change seats. Risk your health. Naruko, who was tired of enduring this, stood up to her full height and looked at the girls. I'm not responsible for the consequences. Suddenly, someone pushed her to the side, someone else tripped her up when she reflexively took a step back, but Yoko, who did not expect such strength from an ordinary girl, although she was quite fat, so it was not surprising where so much power came from, almost fell. She was picked up by someone's hands, and she herself grabbed the shirt of her savior with all her strength. The class instantly became quiet. Sasuke-kun? That fat woman blinked her eyes stupidly, and Naruko raised her head. Her savior really turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke. Are you okay? He asked. Yes, thank you, the girl replied. Then she quickly pulled away from the boy, straightening her jacket and apologizing. Sasuke just nodded and turned away, going somewhere forward, but Naruko managed to notice that his cheeks were slightly red and his eyes were shining. Then Iruka-sensei entered the classroom, stopping the whole booth with his very appearance. He threw the magazine on the table and stood in front of the board, watching as the children slowly went to their places. Hinata never showed up. Okay, guys, the lesson is starting, Yumino said, and the next moment the nasty bell rang. Time passed quickly and unnoticed. Identical everyday life replaced each other. The exams, which Iruka-sensei talked about literally every day, were approaching more and more, so it was not surprising that many children at the end of their studies were pale and twitchy. Naruko was not one of those. She, on the contrary, began to skip more than it worried Sasuke, no matter how much he tried to pretend to be an ice prince, but no, he kept glancing at the desk at which Hinata and Yoko were sitting. And if the first one regularly went to classes, then the second one could not be found. The Uchiha walked around the village several times all day in the hope of meeting Naruko, but she did not appear anywhere, and there was no point in asking the villagers about this, they only joyfully answered, she disappeared and that's great. Sasuke did not understand this attitude and its reasons, but neither the sensei nor anyone else could find out the truth. Iruka-sensei himself answered evasively that Yoko was sick, but the Uchiha did not believe it. Once he even caught Hinata after school, but she squeaked something in fear, because she was afraid that the other girls would tear her to pieces after something like that, and ran away. Naruko only showed up for the written exam. She came, sat down, wrote everything she knew, gave her a piece of paper and left. Sasuke, who came out after her, did not find the girl anywhere, and therefore he could only wait for further exams, which were practical. When they arrived, the young man was happy to note that the girl was there and chatting with Hinata about something, smiling occasionally. He really liked this smile, but, of course, he was not going to talk about it out loud. But Yoko took the exam in front of him, but like last time, he couldn't catch her. But the Konoha protector felt pleasantly heavy in my hand, at least there was something good about that day. The next stage was the distribution into teams, and this excited all the children, including Sasuke, who hit it well. He hoped that his team would have strong and smart genin. For example, Shikamaru Nara, he was very brilliant, albeit lazy. Or Shino Aburame, a secretive but sensible boy. Or, of course, Naruko. That day, the Uchiha arrived earlier than usual, but Yoko was late, but at the same time did not look guilty at all. "Can I come in?" she asked. She was wearing the same suit that she and Hinata had bought at the store, and the Konoha protector glittered on her neck. "Yes, come in," Yumino said without even looking at her. The girl shrugged and sat down next to Hinata. "Where did I stop?" Team 7, Sakura Haruno, Uchiha Sasuke. At these words, Sakura jumped up joyfully, screaming at the whole class and sticking her tongue out at her blonde friend, and Yoko Naruko. That's where Haruno fell down. "Excuse me, Iruka-sensei, but why am I on a team with this Naruko?" Sakura asked, raising her hand. She looked so angry and dissatisfied that her anger could probably destroy all of Konoha. "The teams are selected taking into account your abilities in order to create balance in the team," Yumino snapped. Further, Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. This went on for some time. When the lists were announced, Iruka-sensei put away the magazine, said a couple of parting words, shed a tear and went to the teacher's room, leaving the children to wait for their new teachers. As soon as he left, a fierce debate broke out between the female part of the class regarding Sasuke and the place of Sakura and Naruko on the same team with him. And if Yoko sat silently at her desk, openly idle, then Haruno lifted her nose and looked at the Uchiha with a gentle gaze. Gradually the Jonins came and took their new charges. In less than half an hour, only 12 students remained in the class, and after another 15 minutes only 3. "Well, where is he? The sensei of the other teams have already arrived." Haruno was indignant, puffing. But, thinking that this was a good opportunity to spend more time with Sasuke, she sat down next to him and began to chirp about something. The basis of her rants were the topics of how their new sensei was not punctual and how easy the exams were. In the end, the Uchiha rose from his seat, walked around the desk and, under the surprised gaze of Sakura, moved to Naruko, who waved her hand in greeting, and then laid her head on the desk, expecting Haruno's angry tirade, which did not take long to arrive. "How did the exams go?" Yoko asked Sasuke when Haruno, resigned, fell silent. "Fine," he answered, and it was the first word he had spoken all morning. "But that kunai problem seemed strange to me." "There was a catch," Naruko said. "In fact, they wanted us to take into account those kunai that were in the shinobi's bag when they mentioned her. This was a test of our knowledge of the basics." "That's how it is." "I thought so." Sakura, who had previously wanted to say something, bit her tongue. She could not solve this problem. Then there was silence. It was clear from Sasuke's appearance that he wanted to ask something, but did not dare, since Haruno was nearby. Naruko, who understood this immediately, only smiled slightly. After all, the Uchiha was nice and knew how to respect other people and their personal space and secrets. "Where is he?" Sakura whined at the 5th hour. "Should come soon." "Sensei likes to be at least 5 hours late," Yoko responded. "How do you know what he loves?" Haruno asked suspiciously. "I've known him since I was 5 years old." She disappeared when she was 5, Sasuke thought. Another piece appeared in his internal mosaic. And then the door opened, letting their new sensei into the classroom. He was tall, wearing a Jonin uniform, and his right eye, the only open piece of skin on his face, was filled with boredom and fatigue. "Yo, here I am," he said, raising his hand in greeting. Sakura immediately launched into an angry tirade about careless teachers and clocks. "I apologize for being late, I just got lost on the road of life." He just scratched the back of his head at all the girls' exclamations. "Okay, let's go meet you on the roof." After a short climb up the stairs and opening the door leading to the roof, the entire team sat down on the ledges next to each other. Kakashi decided to remain standing, leaning his lower back on the metal side. "Well, let's get acquainted. Tell me a little about yourself." "Show an example, tell me first," Haruno asked. "Fine. My name is Kakashi Hatake, whether I love you or not doesn't concern you, I have a long life, I'll just say that I'm a jounin. Hobbies don't concern you either, dreams are personal. Now you. My name is Haruno Sakura. I love. My dream. My hobby. After each word, she looked at Sasuke and blushed. But I hate Naruko. I can't stand her. Hatake nodded, pursing his lips, which was not noticeable behind the mask. But Yoko raised her eyebrows. In principle, it was expected, but who knew that she would not be embarrassed to say about it? Next, it was the Uchiha's turn. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like few things, dislike almost everything, my hobby is training. I have no dreams, only the goal is to find one person. He was gloomy, and Naruko immediately realized that the matter would not be limited to just finding. Most likely he will try to kill him. Remembering the night when the Uchiha clan was slaughtered, the girl immediately understood who she was talking about. Next it was her turn to introduce herself. My name is no Yoko Naruko. I love my friends. I don't like stupidity. My dream. I agree with Sasuke, this is not a dream, but a goal that I will not talk about. It's personal. In reality, Naruko wanted to destroy Danzo and disband the root. And even though the original purpose of creating the root was good and worthy of respect, it rotted at the same time as its head rotted. But Yoko sincerely hated this organization, which ruined the lives of not only her and Sasuke, but also hundreds of other people, most of whom were Root ANBU themselves. Great. That's how we met. We'll meet tomorrow at the 4th training ground at 8 in the morning. Don't eat anything, but you can drink. Don't be late. You will pass the Genin exam, Kakashi clapped his hands. But we passed it at the academy, Sakura was surprised. And this is my personal test. Those who fail will be sent back to the academy. By everyone, Hatake waved his hand, smiled, and disappeared into the haze. Good luck tomorrow, Naruko said, standing up and turning around. It will be a little difficult. Thank you, Sasuke thanked and stood after her, leaving the roof. Sakura was left sitting all alone. Naruko was sleeping peacefully in her bed, curled up in the fetal position, when the alarm clock rang obnoxiously. The girl blindly groped around the bedside table, trying to grab the source of the unpleasant noise. Turning off the alarm the 3rd time and briefly glancing at the time, Yoko groaned and buried herself deeper in the blanket. The clock showed 7 in the morning. And even though Kakashi said to come at 8, Naruko knew him too well to be sure that the real test would begin around 2. Aren't you going to get up? Kurama asked sarcastically. No. Leave me alone, I want to sleep, the girl muttered in response. Wake me up at 11. You'll be late. No more than sensei. With these words she fell into a doze, which soon turned into a deep sleep. Naruko dreamed of some snippets of ANBU everyday life, some waterfalls, and Sasuke. He was unusually smiling, and Yoko could not help but admit the fact that the image of the smiling Uchiha made her heart skip a beat. When the small hand was at 11 and the big hand at 12, the alarm clock rang again. Kurama also spoke with him, who was regularly fulfilling his mission, to force his own daughter to stand up. Naruko wasn't the type of person who had trouble standing up. When she had to go somewhere, she woke up immediately, but when there was time to rest, she preferred to lie in her crib for another 15 minutes. Actually, just like this time. Only after 20 minutes did she bother to get up and go wash. Then the girl whipped up some rice, added a raw egg to it, and ate her very poor breakfast. There was no food in the refrigerator, which meant that she would have to go to the store. Naruko appeared at the training ground only at 12:30. Sakura, who was the first to notice Naruko, jumped to her feet indignantly and began shouting something, accusing the girl of being unpunctuality. You are late. Haruno exclaimed angrily, not understanding why she was so angry, either because Yoko was late, or because she came at all. Naruko, noticing Sasuke nearby, instantly understood everything. Apparently, these two spent several hours alone, and during this time the Uchiha managed to blow Haruno off 10 times, if not more. But Yoko nodded to Uchiha in greeting, and his lips twitched into a slight half-smile, which angered Sakura even more. I ask again, why are you late? The poor Kunoichi pursed her lips. She looked like a beaten dog, but her green eyes flashed lightning. Probably, her hatred of me is absolutely not an empty phrase, Naruko realized, but instead answered coolly. Do I have to report to you? The girl plopped down not far from Sasuke and opened her backpack, which had previously been hanging on her back. Then Yoko began to rummage through it, looking for a small present for her new teammates. No matter how infuriated she was by Sakura, no matter how arrogant Sasuke was and did not like to work alone, Naruko knew Kakashi's true goals. Moreover, she was sure that this test was also aimed at her, to check how she could get along with new people. But Yoko had been communicating with Hatake since her distant childhood. They knew each other for 7 years, no less. Kakashi became something of a guardian to her. He knew who her father was, knew the truth kept by the Namikaze Uzumaki couple, but preferred to remain silent. Naruko respected him for that. After rummaging a little more in her bag, she took out a small bag from which came the intoxicating smell of a pie with meat and onions. Sasuke and Sakura's mouths immediately filled with saliva. And Haruno even swallowed hard. Here you go. She handed the package of pies to Sasuke and Sakura. You probably haven't eaten anything since the morning, and that's bad for your stomach. But Sensei said, Haruno began. Who knows what he said? Do you know why teams are created in the first place? What is the Hokage's goal? Naruko asked. So that we can work as a team, thereby helping each other. And working in a team gives better results than when you are alone. Right. The point of testing our sensei is so that we learn to work harmoniously, like a single organism. You are weaker than him, and you cannot cope with him alone, but if we work together, we will take the bells. What kind of bells? Asked the chewing pie Sasuke. Our task is to take away the bells, Yoko answered, putting her bag aside. We'll be lucky if he doesn't open his left eye, which is unlikely. What's wrong with his left eye? Asked Haruno. Do not you know? Naruko raised her eyebrow mockingly, watching Sakura's cheeks turn red with indignation and embarrassment. It was funny. You are the best student in the class. I could have thought of finding out something about him instead of chasing after Sasuke. He will come soon. We have to come up with a plan of action, Sasuke got to the point, dusting off his hands. Naruko nodded. She took out a notebook, pen, and pencil from her briefcase and began talking about their new sensei, along the way suggesting strategies based on their strengths. Of course, but Yoko was not sure that they would be able to defeat Hatake if he fought at full strength, but she knew that he would succumb as soon as he saw their teamwork. Still, his goal is not to throw them into the second year of study at the academy, but to convey the essence of being a ninja and the truth about how important mutual assistance is in a team. And this should already prompt Sakura and Sasuke that they should reconsider their views on their teammates. Hatake appeared only after another hour. He was still scratching the top of his head and looked as stupid as possible. Naruko understood that he was simply trying to create the appearance of a mediocre and unfortunate sensei, whom it would take 5 seconds to defeat, and then put Sasuke and Sakura in their place with a couple of techniques. I'm sorry, it's just that on the way I met a black cat and I had to go around it, he said, giggling. And you walked around the entire village, just not to meet her? Sakura asked with some irritation, but Yoko had already told them that Kakashi was simply a big latecomer who did not want to arrive on time for any events that did not interest him. For example, such as a meeting with a new team of genin or the first training with them. I had to, Hatake answered with a feigned sigh and a shrug. Okay, let's get started. Your task is to take away these bells. The copying ninja showed 2 silver bells that swayed slightly in the wind and rang melodiously. You have until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as the alarm rings, your exam will be over. But there are only 2 bells, Sakura said quietly, calculating in her head which of the 3 of them would get them. That's it. Anyone who does not pick up the bell will not pass the exam and will be sent back to the academy. I must take this bell and stay with Sasuke-kun, and send Naruko back to the academy. Sakura thought decisively, completely forgetting about Yoko's words. Naruko looked indignantly at her teammate, and she lowered her eyes in shame. As much as Haruno would have liked to be alone with Sasuke, this was not meant to be. Sasuke kept an impartial expression on his face, and just moved his shoulder, stretching it. So far everything was going as Yoko said. This means that very soon the time will come to put their plan into action. It was simple, designed to ensure that Hatake did not expect an immediate joint attack from the students. So, they can finish the task in about 5 minutes and go home. Well, let's begin. Kakashi gave a sign, and all 3 genin quickly disappeared. Hatake found in a second where Sakura and Sasuke were hiding. The first was lying in the bushes, and the second was sitting on a tree branch. Naruko alone was nowhere to be found. Hatake looked around the clearing again, but still couldn't find the girl. And then he chuckled contentedly. The years spent in ANBU had not let her down. And this means that it was not in vain that he taught her. On the other hand, he was upset by the fact that the girl did not predict his plans and did not think about working together with her teammates. The man moved to a branch of a tree. As soon as he sat down comfortably and opened the book, a fireball suddenly appeared on the periphery. Hatake jumped from this branch to another, noting with surprise that Sasuke, at such a young age, could already use elemental techniques. The second ball set fire to the tree under his feet, and the man had to jump to the ground. There, out of nowhere, Sakura appeared, whose presence was not felt at all. Moreover, the man still felt her chakra near that very boulder. The copy ninja smiled contentedly. After all, Naruko decided to cooperate with the others, which means that you can put in a little more effort, but you still can't forget about the giveaway game. Haruno's kunai flew past Kakashi, as he managed to dodge, and then a strange sound was heard from somewhere above, similar to the chirping of birds. Hatake raised his head. It was Naruko, falling right on top of him. In her hands was a chidori, a technique he taught her himself. The jonin dodged the attack and the chidori crashed into the ground, leaving a crater behind. But the man realized that this was another distracting maneuver only when Clone no Yoko appeared behind him and made a sweep. Hatake stood on his feet and counterattacked, but then another portion of shuriken flew in from all sides. The man quickly formed the seals and a stone barrier appeared around him. The sound of metal was heard. The weapon, having collided with a rough stone, flew to the side. And the next moment there was a bang, followed by the already familiar chirping, and the stone barrier fell under the power of the chidori. Kakashi dodged, arching his back, then again and again. Then fireballs from Sasuke flew from the side, but Hatake quite easily avoided them, landing far from the genin. Sasuke and Sakura were weak. Naruko did not show her full potential, but they worked as a team, which was already good. He immediately saw good potential in all 3, realizing that they could very easily become the strongest of their stream of graduates. The only thing is that you need to work with them a little. Then he noticed that the bells were flashing in Sakura's hands, and looked down in surprise. He didn't even notice how these 3 were able to steal them. You're great. Teamwork is the main thing in our village. He clapped his hands, but instantly became serious. But I have a question, who will leave and who will stay? What did you mean? Asked the stunned Sakura, looking at her teammates. She clearly did not expect such a turn, thinking that this would all end. And the fact that there are only 2 bells, and there are 3 of you. This means one of you will be sent back to the academy, but who? Hatake looked at the genin carefully and expectantly. Solve this issue among yourselves. Haruno looked at the bells in her hands and then at Sasuke. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest. He frowned but looked unshakable, which made the young kunoichi's heart flutter with love. Then she turned her gaze to Naruko. She held her right shoulder, from which blood was flowing in a thin stream, and looked at Sakura in response. In general, the girl would like to just keep one bell for herself and give the other to Sasuke, But she understood that without Yoko they would not have ended up where they were now. I think we won't make any choice, Haruno said chokily. We all contributed to this victory. Is it possible to somehow leave all three of us as genin? Please. At these words, Yoko turned her face away to hide her giggle. Sakura was naive, but, considering her hatred for Naruko, she was quite sweet in her words. Yes. Let's stop all this, and tomorrow we'll go on our first mission, the Jinchuriki nodded. I agree, Sasuke chimed in. Kakashi looked at his students carefully and then crossed his arms over his chest. Well, he liked these newcomers. Okay. From this day forward, you are all genin. We'll meet tomorrow at 11 at this training ground. Bye everyone. And he disappeared in a puff of smoke. The three newly minted genin were left alone. Happy Haruno immediately turned to the Uchiha, beaming with a smile and brimming with happiness. She folded her hands in a prayerful gesture, causing the bells in her hand to flutter and ring, and spoke in a thin voice. Sasuke-kun, come on. No, the Uchiha answered, not even thinking about listening to Haruno's proposal. And then he looked at no Yoko. His gaze was immediately drawn to the drying blood on his shoulder, and he asked, What's wrong with you? Are you injured? It's okay, just a small scratch. I hit Sakura with my kunai, it'll heal, she waved it off. Well, shall we meet tomorrow? You can arrive somewhere around 2 or 3 o'clock, the sensei won't appear before. And now for now. She waved her hand and, just like Kakashi a minute earlier, disappeared into a puff of smoke. It was a very ordinary day. Friday evening was not something outstanding in the general hubbub of Konoha residents rushing home or to the nearest bar. Those were just the last hours before the long-awaited 2-day rest. Naruko was sitting in some alley, pressed against the wall of a wooden house. She was cold, her fragile girlish shoulders were covered with goosebumps, but Yoko didn't even think about moving. She was only 6 years old. Only 6, and she already knew how cruel people are and how unfair life is. 15 months ago, she began training to become an ANBU member. Techniques, shurikens, and chakra control were very bad for the girl. She did not understand what was being asked of her, but no one tried to explain it to her more clearly. I had to learn from my own numerous mistakes, which is why progress was minimal. But Yoko hated herself for how weak she was. Not only physically, but also mentally. Instead of pulling herself together and going to once again throw shurikens at the training ground, she sat down in an alley and sobbed. Hey, look, there's a demon sitting there. Someone's drunken scream was heard. Oh, it's true, it's that stupid one, the other one giggled in surprise. Naruko turned around in fear, they were drunk and cheerful villagers. Today was their last day of work this week and they were clearly going to have some fun. An argument ensued about how exactly they were going to have fun. Tears flowed with renewed vigor down the chubby, childish cheeks of the Jinchuriki, and she realized that she had to run before she was caught. As soon as she stood up, trying to ignore the pain in her muscles and scratched knee, the first stone flew at her. He hit Naruko painfully on the shoulder and she hissed. The next one hit the thigh, another one hit the forehead, scratching it, causing a trickle of blood to flow down the bridge of the nose. But Yoko was in pain, but even more, it was insulting. She pursed her lips and took a few hesitant steps back, hoping that there was a way out of this alley and she could run, although her legs could no longer support her. Then a tomato flew into her, then another and another. And then a banana peel. The amusing drunks were joined by several more people who found this game interesting and funny. Naruko trudged back as the crowd advanced on her. Someone took a garbage bag out of the trash can and threw it at the girl. She could barely raise her hands to prevent the bag from hitting her body. It still hurt. And then a terrible thing happened. Yoko's back came into contact with a cold stone, and the girl realized that she was trapped. Tears, accompanied by the friendly laughter of the crowd, flowed with renewed vigor, and Naruko became very scared. What will they do with her? You'll be lucky if they just beat you up, but if something worse. Then the contents of a nearby trash can were poured onto her head. There was an unpleasant smell that stung my nose and watered my eyes. Something vile and viscous flowed down the girl's shoulder. The crowd towering above her just laughed. "Dad, Daddy, help," she whispered in horror, seeing how some fat-bellied man was swinging. "Who are you calling there, orphan?" He grinned. And the next second he struck the first blow. Or rather, I tried. Suddenly his hand collided with some kind of bright orange barrier. There was a disgusting crunch. The man had broken his arm. The next second, all of Naruko was enveloped in red, bubbly chakra. The girl's stripes on her cheeks became more visible, the nails on her fingers lengthened, her even teeth turned into sharp fangs, and a menacing roar escaped from her mouth. Everyone nearby recoiled, screaming something about a true demon. Suddenly, as if by magic, several ANBU fighters appeared. They made seals, and a dark purple barrier formed around the girl in the tailed cover, preventing the power of the Kyuubi from escaping beyond its limits. One of the ANBU members. The one in the elephant mask quickly moved behind the girl, but the red translucent tail hit him in the stomach, and he flew off and crashed into the wall of the house, making a wheezing sound. While the girl was distracted by this man, another ANBU member in an L mask, ignoring Yoko's scratched hand, attached a seal to the girl's forehead, and at one moment all the orange chakra disappeared, and the nails and teeth became normal shape and length. The next moment, the scarlet-haired girl fell unconscious on the cold ground. Naruko woke up covered in cold sweat. Her eyes darted wildly in different directions, and she herself was breathing heavily. The brain slowly turned on, realizing reality. Unclenching her fingers that were tightly gripping the blanket, the girl sat up in bed, looking at her hands. They were again the usual size, and not tiny, as in that nightmare. Somehow standing up, staggering at the same time, Yoko went to the bath. After rinsing herself with cold water, the girl looked into the wall mirror. What she saw, what was it? Just a bad dream? Or just a fragment of the past that has fallen out of memory? Then why did he suddenly decide to return? "It's okay," a familiar voice whispered in the girl's head, and she realized that all this time her hands had been shaking. "Dad, what was that? Why don't I remember this?" Naruko asked in a quiet whisper. "This happened a long time ago. I'm sorry, I hid it from you, but it was better this way. You shouldn't have remembered that." She nodded weakly and closed her eyes, trying to calm down. She didn't understand why this memory made such a big splash on her, but she couldn't get rid of this vile feeling. The whole day, which began with an unpleasant awakening, went awry. First, Kakashi was 6 hours late, then Sakura was constantly whining, then they were weeding some beds, then, grimy, they looked for the cat that had scratched them from head to toe, and only towards evening did they return to the Hokage, tired and up. "You've done well," the Hokage said in his voice, a little creaky with age. "You complete every mission I give you quite quickly and well. Kakashi said that your teamwork has improved, which means it's time to give you a bigger mission." "Hooray!" Sakura shouted joyfully, but immediately fell silent in shame, noticing the disapproving glances of her teammates. "As I said, I will give you a more serious mission. Previously, you only completed D-rank missions, but today I will give you a C rank. Your task is to escort one person to the Land of Waves. His name is Tazuna, and he is an architect." At these words, the door to the Hokage's office opened and a man of about 60 walked inside. He had ashen hair and an unkempt beard. He had glasses on his nose and a hat in the shape of an onion top on his head. This architect smelled so strongly of fumes that Sakura winced. The guy was very unpleasant and clearly close to drinking himself in his old age. "And this baby will accompany me? Wasn't there someone stronger?" He asked a question. His voice was just unpleasant. It was not high or low, hoarse or melodic. Just unpleasant, like Tazuna himself. "Sorry?" Sakura asked slowly. "You look rather weak. Especially the one with red hair. What kind of fashion is this for multicolored eyes?" "Just awful." But Yoko closed her eyes, holding back a burst of anger. It's not her fault that she has heterochromia. An ordinary team for carrying out C-rank missions, the Hokage shrugged. These guys are quite capable, and their mentor is one of the best shinobi in Konoha, so you shouldn't doubt them. Tazuna ground his teeth, but remained silent, and then took another sip of the bottle. Okay. Tomorrow at 3 we'll meet at the gate. Hatake defused the situation and sent the genin home. What was surprising was the fact that this time Kakashi was only 15 minutes late. Sakura, when she saw Sensei on the horizon, widened her eyes in surprise, but he just laughed, saying that I, too, sometimes know how to arrive on time. But it's not like this had any impact on their further journey. Hatake went first and read his depraved book. Behind him is Sakura, who kept looking back. Behind Sakura, right in the middle of the chain, was Tazuna, who practically did not look up from the bottle. Sasuke followed Tazuna, trying to hide the fact that he was feeling terribly stuffy in his turtleneck t-shirt. And finally, Naruko completed the whole chain. She rarely managed to leave the village. She could count on one hand how many times she had left the gates of Konoha, but each time it was a wonderful feeling. It was as if she had fluttered free from her cage, freed from all the chains that chained her to the village. They had been walking for several hours. The sun was gradually setting, and Tazuna, not used to such long walks, whined that he needed a rest. True, this whining was ignored by Kakashi with amazing resilience. He kept promising that they would sit down soon, but in fact nothing changed. Next there will be hot springs. It's about another hour on foot, Kakashi said thoughtfully, scratching his chin. No, I can't stand it. The architect got angry. I won't take a step from here. And, as promised, he froze in place, crossing his arms over his chest. Hatake sighed heavily. Maybe it's really better for us to take a short break? Sakura suggested hesitantly, whose legs were starting to ache quite a lot. She was not used to such stress. For the first time in his life, Sasuke agreed with her, grunting positively, and Haruno, who did not expect this, almost burst into squealing throughout the entire area. Then I suggest we go off the road a little deeper into the forest, Hatake answered slowly. Naruko followed his gaze and raised her eyebrows. There were 2 puddles on the ground. On a hot, sunny day, and 2 puddles. She shook her head, thinking that it was a good try but a failure. Taking out a shuriken from her pouch, she threw it into the nearest puddle. What are you doing? Haruno gasped in surprise. You can't just throw weapons away like that. Calm down, Yoko waved her off. Here the puddles strangely bent and began to grow, gradually turning from a mass of water into completely human figures. Haruno froze with her mouth open, and Sasuke and Naruko, as if on command, surrounded Tazuna, protecting him. How did you recognize us? One of the shinobi asked a question. There are no puddles in the heat, especially with chakra, Naruko answered, taking out more kunai. What are you doing here? The girl asked a question, but in response she received only steel chains flying out of the iron glove of one of the shinobi. They were both from Kiri, and therefore their fighting techniques were the same. And, most importantly, Yoko is as familiar as the back of her hand. She easily dodged the first chain, ordering Sakura not to catch flies in her mouth, but to protect the architect, who was so scared that he dropped the bottle of unfinished sake. Naruko ran at the enemy head-on, and then, easily and quickly moving behind the back of one of the ninjas, kicked him on the shoulder. The man staggered back, but stayed on his feet. Then Kakashi stepped in, not even bothering to lift his headband and activate his Sharingan. But Yoko got a second opponent. He was smaller than his friend, but just as resourceful. They engaged in taijutsu, and the girl could not help but recognize his strength. He hit quickly and clearly, investing in every blow, which is why Naruko flew a couple of times. But Yoko herself was no stranger. She dodged the vertical blow, gracefully, like a cat, and then, grabbing the enemy's finger, pulled it in the other direction, breaking it. The shinobi could not restrain himself and screamed, And it was precisely this moment of short distraction from the fight that the girl used to quickly grab the kunai with her other hand and thrust it into the man's leg. He reflexively took a step back, and then Naruko stunned him with a sharp blow to the ear. She could have sworn the man's ears were ringing right now. Making a final sweep, which caused the shinobi to fall to the ground, but Yoko hit him with a kunai right in the heart. Scarlet blood flowed, soaking into the clothes and turning them brown and dark colors. The man wheezed, and blood bubbled on his lips, and then he weakened, looking with an unseeing gaze somewhere into emptiness. He was dead. Naruko stood up, pulling out a bloody kunai, and turned around. Kakashi chained his opponent and waited for her. Sakura and Tazuna turned pale and stared at her, and Sasuke, although he tried to appear calm, betrayed his condition with trembling hands. You shouldn't have killed him. After all, Sasuke and Sakura are still children, Kakashi said quietly. They are shinobi first and foremost, not children, Naruko snapped. So will you tell me why you attacked us and what you want, or do you want to repeat the fate of your friend? Naruko asked calmly, looking at the shinobi Hatake was holding. I won't tell you anything, the man hissed. He moved his tongue strangely in his mouth. Kakashi, immediately realizing what was happening, opened his jaw with his fingers, but it was too late. The prisoner's body went limp, and he fell to the ground, dying. Poison, Hatake gave the verdict. He kept it in his mouth all this time. That's it. And what did you hide from us? He asked a question, turning around to Tazuna. The architect muttered something and began to sweat. It seemed that all his hangover had disappeared in an instant. He shook and tried to run, but Kakashi instantly blocked his path to retreat. Either you tell everything now, or we leave you here and return to Konoha. How many other different criminals are there out there hunting for you? Who do you think will kill you first? Let's sit down first. It's a long story. They spread 2 blankets on the grass not far from the road and sat down. During all this time, no one made a sound, and the Uchiha constantly looked back at Naruko. And although this did not go unnoticed by Haruno, the girl chose to remain silent. Now she was scared just to be around, but Yoko. When they were finally seated, the architect spoke. He told about the past of the country of waves, about poverty, about the bridge and the local oligarch Grump, who wanted to crush the local population. Tazuna called himself the last hope of his country, and then tried to influence pity with stories about his son and grandson. Sakura became emotional, hiding from the others the lone tear that rolled down her cheek. The others remained silent. We will continue the mission, since we have already taken on it, Hatake pronounced a verdict after some time. But under several conditions. Firstly, we still send the bird to the Hokage. Secondly, I become a leader and head of mission. If I think it has become too dangerous, we will immediately return to Konoha. Thirdly, from now on you always tell us the whole truth. It's clear? Tazuna nodded weakly. Naruko understood why Kakashi decided to continue the mission. Nevertheless, if the task was successfully completed, Konoha would have a small but long-lasting ally in the form of the country of waves, which in itself was good. On the other hand, she was against it. The mission was dangerous for Sasuke and Sakura. Especially for Sakura. An hour later, they set off again and did not take any breaks until the hot springs. Under the unfinished bridge, cutting through the smooth surface of the water, a lone boat with 6 passengers floated. The boat made virtually no noise. Only the man with the oar occasionally sighed heavily. Sakura was silent, looking uncertainly from Naruko to Sasuke, not even knowing what to say. They had been on the road for a day and a half already, and this was more than enough time for Haruno to comprehend everything that had happened. Namely, a murder committed by Yoko. The girl at that moment was merciless towards her enemy, and this scared Sakura. It seemed incredible to her that you could just wave your hand and take someone's life. She tried not to think that killing was part of the life of a shinobi, and one day this would happen to her too. Sasuke, unlike Sakura, did not digest what happened for so long. He had already seen death, thereby awakening his Sharingan. These shinobi were nothing to him. The only thing he regretted was that in this situation he was absolutely useless and could not help his team. Kakashi looked at the book with a thoughtful look. Because of the fog, he couldn't see well what was written there, but the man didn't care. He knew all the pages by heart, and hiding his face behind the thick binding calmed him down, gave him the opportunity to think and pretend to be very busy so that no one would touch him. Tazuna, who had not touched the bottle for the second day, but was behaving quite adequately and normally, sat as if on pins and needles, which could not escape Yoko's discerning gaze. This means that new, stronger enemies await them. On the one hand, this is good. But on the other hand, you will have to worry more about protecting Sasuke, Tazuna, and Sakura. Why are we sailing in such silence? And why do we even swim and not walk? Walk faster. Sakura could not stand the oppressive atmosphere. Because it's safer. Please speak more quietly, Kakashi literally whispered back to her. But why? We are shinobi. We can repel our enemies. We don't have to hide. The girl remarked gloomily. There are shinobi who are many times stronger than me, and even more so you. The fact that we met two mist ninjas who were hired by someone means that there will be other enemies. Our main task is to protect Mr. Tazuna from the Nukenin from other hidden villages. No, Yoko answered her quietly. We don't want unnecessary skirmishes with enemies. With every second there is more and more chakra in the air, so be silent, Kakashi interrupted them, looking up from the book and putting it away in his pouch. What are you speaking about? Sasuke tensed. The enemy is somewhere nearby, Hatake answered briefly. Everyone, as if on command, tensed up, warily peering into the foggy void. Finally, the boat softly collided with the shore. The shinobi carefully climbed out of it and helped the architect get out. The man who remained at the oar waved goodbye and hurried away. Suddenly the bushes nearby began to move, and a white rabbit jumped out. Domestic rabbit. Only Sakura and Sasuke calmly exhaled, when the next second something whistled over their heads and crashed into a tree. Naruko barely had time to grab the tops of their teammates' heads and press on them, forcing them to bow their heads so as not to lose them. The object that nearly decapitated them turned out to be a huge sword with a round hole, closer to the tip. The sword fit perfectly into the tree, piercing it just enough. Then the silhouette of a bare-chested man materialized on the spot. He was wearing light, baggy pants with vertical stripes. On his feet were rag boots of brown and white camouflage colors. The man had long sleeves on his arms of the same color as his boots. The lower part of the stranger's face was hidden by a bandage, but Naruko only had 5 seconds to understand who was standing in front of her: Momochi Zabuza, a dangerous criminal from Kirigakure. And another one of the 7 swordsmen, which suggested that they might not be able to cope with such an opponent. He was too strong. Give me the architect and I won't touch you, Zabuza said in a cold, rude voice, looking at those gathered with some kind of disdain. What if we refuse? Naruko calmly inquired, trying to quickly formulate in her head the tactics of battle with such an enemy. As luck would have it, nothing worked. Who is this? Sakura asked quietly. This is Momochi Zabuza, Hatake answered her also quietly. Who is he? Now is not the time to tell stories, Sakura, Yoko interrupted her, narrowing her eyes. The ideal plan was already lined up in her head. It will just be bad if something suddenly goes wrong. What an interesting company. The architect I must kill, the last of the Uchiha clan, copying the ninja Kakashi and the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, Zabuza said slowly, showing his sharp teeth. I wonder how you will turn out in business. With that, Momochi pulled out the sword he was standing on and landed softly. The fog instantly thickened, the amount of chakra in it doubled, and Naruko felt somehow awkward. It felt as if 1,000 pairs of eyes were looking at her. Undoubtedly, this was simply the influence of the Nukenin technique, but it did not make it any easier. Guard Tazuna-san, Hatake ordered briefly, and the children stood around the architect. Kakashi lifted his bandana, revealing a red eye with a small black pupil and 3 commas around it. Sharingan in all its glory. Sasuke caught his breath. He did not understand how something like this could happen, for a non-member of the Uchiha clan to have a Sharingan. The next second, a clang of metal was heard. It was Hatake taking out a kunai and trying to fight off the enemy's huge sword with it. Of course, it was useless. Where is some piece of iron from a real sword? However, the copy ninja remained surprisingly confident and steadfast, undefeated in speed, strength, or strategy, making the fight between the two men seem both fascinating and terrifying. The enemies moved either smoothly or abruptly. Sparks flew from the contact of the two weapons. They fought as if for the last time, sparing neither themselves nor the enemy. Sakura even opened her mouth slightly, relaxing, for which she paid in the next moment. Very close to her ear, something cut the air with all its might, and then metal clanged. The girl turned around in fear. It was Zabuza who moved towards the architect and raised his sword over him, intending to kill him, but Yoko's small katana took the enemy's blow. With one hand the girl stopped Momochi's blow, and with the other she sharply stabbed him in the side with a kunai. The man recoiled in surprise, clearly not expecting such agility from the Jinchuriki. For a second he lost control of what was happening, and the fog began to dissipate. Kakashi appeared before the genin, with small scarlet stains on his clothes, and his clothes were torn in several places. Momochi, holding his wounded side, jumped away from the genin. Reflecting Naruko's attacks, she decided to attack while there was such an opportunity. She swung the katana, deftly turning her wrist and anticipating his next move by the Nikkenin stance. The man, even if he had not previously been in the mood for any long battle, was clearly pleased with the girl's skills, having seen potential in her. How funny that turned out, Momochi chuckled, blocking the kunoichi's blow. You and I both grew up alone, without family and parents. Both demons learned to kill people early. However, instead of trying to destroy all those who hate you, you protect them. I'm the opposite. Because I know for whom I'm fighting, and you only care about yourself, Yoko answered him, delivering a new blow, which, in principle, Zabuza easily blocked. Hatake came to the aid of Naruko, who, unnoticed by the Nukenin, clenched his right hand into a fist, then opened it and clenched it again, leaving only his little finger visible. Nodding, the girl moved away from the two men, creating 5 clones. They surrounded Tazuna and his teammates. The commander's order was more than clear to her, and she did not dare to resist him, even when she saw that he was locked in the water prison of the Momochi clone without the ability to move. Then Zabuza's clone threw a kunai at Sasuke. But Yoko, who expected that the Uchiha would now dodge such a stupid and obvious attack, was extremely surprised when she realized that he didn't even think about ducking. I had to act on my own. Sasuke woke up only when rare drops of scarlet blood splashed onto his face. He blinked in surprise and touched his cheek, feeling something wet, and then removed his palm, looking at her. The pads of the fingers were red. He looked up and his eyes widened in surprise. Standing in front of him was Naruko. Her back seemed so fragile and strong at the same time that the boy was speechless. And then Yoko raised her hand, pulling Momochi's weapon out of it. The blood flowed faster. Why are you standing there like a pillar? The girl asked angrily. I'm not going to save you every time. He began absent-mindedly. Protect Sakura and Tazuna, while I deal with this, the girl interrupted him. She more comfortably grabbed the katana in her hand. Both her eyes turned red, and her facial features became sharper. The stripes became even clearer than in everyday life, and the aura instantly became heavier, saturated with something vile, poisonous and acidic. Such that it will burn any obstacle in its path. Sasuke heard Sakura swallow. And then she began to grow real fox ears, red, with black spots on the tips. The nails became sharper, turning into claws. The body was enveloped in reddish, barely noticeable chakra, and a real fluffy tail beat on the legs. Naruko looked like a fox, just as predatory and dangerous. She exuded power, one that Sasuke didn't feel even from his own brother. As if Yoko was a real demon, dangerous and deadly. And as if all this time, the people of Konoha were right. And the next second the girl disappeared, running away so quickly that the Uchiha didn't even have time to blink an eye. There was, and no. It looks like she decided to leave you, Momochi grinned, but the next second he jumped to the side, feeling a painful spasm throughout his body. Nuknin turned sharply to face the lake. Kakashi was still in a water prison, unable to move. But next to Zabuza's clone stood Naruko. She held the clone by the shoulder, pouring her wild poisonous chakra into him. At some point, the clone simply burst, like a balloon, and drops of water fell back into the lake. Hatake, once free, did not hesitate, but ran to Zabuza, folding the seals. Momochi felt his chakra channels burning. It was hot and hot, his body felt like it was being corroded from the inside. But, despite all the painful sensations, the ninja didn't even twitch an eye, he just clenched his teeth tightly and, with the decapitator, crushed the pathetic stone wall created by Hatake. And then Nuknin folded the seals. Hatake immediately began to repeat after him, ahead by a split second thanks to his Sharingan. Two identical techniques collided, falling like a waterfall to the ground. And then again and again. Sakura screamed, the water was ice cold. Sasuke shuddered, and Tazuna cursed loudly. But everything suddenly stopped, as if the storm died down in an instant. Two thin needles whistled through the air and then pierced Momochi's neck. He twitched, not having time to form the last seal of the bowl, and Kakashi's technique fell on him like a water avalanche, burying him under it. When the copy ninja realized that something had happened, he hurried to remove the excess water. Naruko was right there. Warily crouching next to Nuknin, she touched his carotid artery, feeling his pulse. He was absent. He's dead, Yoko informed everyone and looked up at the branch of the nearest tree. There stood a tall, thin boy, judging by his figure. His face was hidden by the mask of the mist purifier, a special unit in Kirigakure that hunted down Nuknin and killed them. Once Naruko also did similar work, after which she boldly admitted that it was not the most pleasant. I'll take him, the boy said coldly and landed next to Zabuza. Thin Senbon were held between his fingers. Oinen? Naruko asked in the same tone. Came late. I came as soon as I could. I saved you, and now it's time for me to go. I had a mission to kill Zabuza Momochi, and I completed it. Fine. Take him. But Yoko stood up and stepped aside. The boy picked up Zabuza's heavy body as if it weighed nothing, took his sword and disappeared into the air, leaving behind only the pleasant smell of some wildflowers. Judging by his build, the young man was not much older than Naruko. But he was already doing such dangerous work that it made the girl sigh heavily. Kiri always didn't care how old you are, or what you think. They told you to kill. They told me to find him and torture him. And it doesn't matter whether you're 10 years old or 30. You have taken the path of a shinobi, so be so kind as to follow it. The girl did not like this attitude, and therefore she was even glad that she was a Konoha shinobi, and not Kiri. On the other hand, Leaf's village was not ideal. There, on the contrary, they treated shinobi children too softly. The same Sakura was a typical representative of a flower child who never thought about what it really meant to be a ninja. After a couple of seconds of silence, Kakashi weakly sank to the ground, hoarsely saying that this fight had exhausted him. Having gotten used to a peaceful life, he was not at all ready for a short, but rather difficult battle with a serious opponent. We'll help you get there, Sasuke said, helping the teacher get up and becoming his support. Hatake leaned almost his entire weight on the boy. The man's own legs were failing him. Let's go. It's dangerous to stay here, Yoko said. She became the same again, the fox features disappeared, as if they had never been there, and the eye again became blue, like Kushina's. Hatake smiled slightly, his student now looked so much like her mother. They walked slowly in complete silence. After some time, Sasuke was replaced by Tazuna, who turned out to be stronger than the boy. Kakashi, who had come to his senses a little, began to walk more confidently, but still periodically tripped over stones on the road. Who are Jinchuriki? Sakura suddenly asked, trailing somewhere at the end. Naruko turned to her teammate, looking at her with all her eyes, which made the girl feel somehow awkward. She tried to look away, fixing it on the landscape, but it didn't make it any easier. "Are you serious?" Yoko asked insinuatingly. "I may repeat myself, but are you sure that you are the best student in the class?" "You don't have to answer my question," Haruno snapped back. "Actually, I don't know who it is either," Sasuke suddenly spoke. "What do you have to do with the Jinchuriki?" But Yoko looked at the road in front of her again, turning back. She never expected that the academy would remain silent about the very fact of the existence of Jinchuriki in this world. On the one hand, this was good, there were fewer questions, but on the other hand, it was terrible. Children were released uneducated, not knowing the whole truth about this world. Jinchuriki are people whose bodies are nothing more than vessels for bijou, Naruko answered. "I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. 13 years ago, the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life and the life of my mother to seal the Kyuubi within me." Sakura pursed her lips, and for Sasuke everything fell into place. So, this is why the people of Konoha hated Yoko so much. They saw her as the Kyuubi, not a child. This explained everything, but did not justify anyone. The Uchiha thought again about how unfair this world is. In the evening they came to Tezuna's house. There they were warmly greeted by the architect's daughter. Naruko and Sakura were placed in one room, Sasuke in another, with Inari, who was unhappy with this, and Kakashi was given a separate small room that only contained a futon and a table. The genin went to bed closer to night, having eaten heavily beforehand. Naruko also installed several barriers on the house, not wanting to meet unwanted guests in only pajamas. It turned out that there was only one futon for him and Sakura, but it was wide. But Yoko settled comfortably on one end, and Haruno carefully lay down on the other, covering herself with a blanket. And even though Sakura was terribly tired during the day, sleep did not come to her. She tossed and turned, looking for a comfortable position, but couldn't find it. Thoughts flashed through my head, but Naruko was in all of them: how strong, ruthless, strange, scary, disgusting, smart, beautiful and disgusting she is. Haruno was not jealous of Sasuke out of nowhere. She saw both the long glances of the Uchiha and the strength of Yoko, for which she could be respected. It's not surprising that the boy was more attracted to such a self-sufficient person as Naruko than to Sakura. Just Sakura. Apart from knowledge and control of chakra, she didn't stand out for much, and now the girl herself understood this, but this only made her soul feel worse. Sakura, don't be creepy. You're preventing me from sleeping." Naruko's sleepy voice sounded nearby, and Haruno felt anger boiling up in her. She gritted her teeth, mentally cursing her futon neighbor, and then clenched her hands into fists. Kakashi gave them a training session for tomorrow, and Haruno was sure that she could show who was the best. With these thoughts she fell asleep, and when she woke up it was already morning. The sun was breaking through the window, and the place next to Sakura was empty. Apparently, Naruko had already gotten up and went down to the first floor, where the smell of breakfast was so delicious. Haruno washed her face and went downstairs. Everyone was sitting at the table except Kakashi and Inari. The boy, whom the kunoichi had seen only once, and then only briefly, did not want to come down. "Today you will have training. What happened showed me that you are not ready to meet a real enemy," Hatake said, going down to the first floor. "Training?" Sasuke perked up. "What do we do?" "You'll see," the sensei promised vaguely, and then sat down on a chair and began to chew the breakfast so kindly served by Tsunami-san. When the food was finished, Hatake led the genin out into the fresh air into the forest next to the house. He began to tell the essence of the training a little from afar, talking about the academy and the basic chakra management skills that are simply necessary for any shinobi. "This will improve your control. Even if now it seems to you that he is ideal, he is not. There's not much you can do yet. We need to improve so that any technique becomes easier. And we will start with the simplest. Naruko, climb the tree without using your hands." The girl nodded and went to the nearest trunk. She first placed one foot on it, then the other, and then began to slowly rise up, being parallel to the ground. Haruno opened her mouth and Sasuke blinked his eyes. Once upon a time, he saw Itachi do this, but then he simply took it for his brother's super cool technique, which only he owns. Repeat after her. Try to climb to the top of the tree. As soon as you can, start the second part of the workout. Naruko, keep an eye on them while I go and rest, the sensei yawned. He grabbed his crutches more comfortably and hobbled back to the house. He abandoned us? Sakura asked in disbelief. And when we get up, should we run after him again? First, get up, Uzumaki said from above. She perched herself on a thick branch and sat on it, dangling her legs and dangling them slightly. Sakura felt rage boil within her. Grunting, the kunoichi placed first one and then the other foot on the trunk, tensing all her muscles to concentrate chakra in her feet. But as soon as the girl walked a couple of steps, she fell to the ground with a loud cry and hit her head. There's no need to strain yourself so much, Yoko advised. Better relax. And to make it really simple, you can try it with a running start. Sasuke followed Naruko's advice. Stepping back a little, he took off running. The first steps along the trunk were easy, but then the chakra in the feet weakened, and the guy fell down, but managed to turn over in the air and land on his feet. It's going to be a long day, Yoko concluded. In ANBU, those who do not know how to float on water or a vertical surface are immediately taught this, so the kunoichi could now allow herself to relax and enjoy the rest while her teammates worked hard. The girl was always amazed by the fact that such concentration was not taught at the academy. In theory, this educational institution should give ninjas all the skills they need, but in reality it turned out that knowledge from the academy was useful only in 10% of cases. The training continued. Sakura was making clear progress, which could not be said about Sasuke. If Haruno had almost perfect chakra control, then the Uchiha was lame. His limit was 3 miserable meters. It seemed good for the first day, but in their situation, when the enemy could attack at any moment, everything was terrible. Don't squeeze and don't strain. You pay too much attention to control, which is why you fail. Think of the chakra as, I don't know, your finger or hand, which you control more on a subconscious level. Your excessive concentration is what ruins you, Yoko instructed. Sasuke could only grit his teeth and try again and again. It's easy to say, but not to do. He couldn't relax his own attention because he was afraid to break down at any moment. It seems that even Sakura had already overcome her fear, and this infuriated the Uchiha even more. Calm down, Naruko ordered in a cold tone. She then jumped down to Sasuke and stood next to him. A quick movement, pressing with one finger, and the Uchiha's body relaxed. All the tension instantly evaporated, and the muscles did not give in to the orders of the brain, refusing to tense up again. Now go. Don't think about falling, think about rising up. The more you are afraid, the less you will succeed. Please remember this. The boy, looking straight into Yoko's multicolored eyes, nodded. He approached the tree and took the first step. Sasuke felt the gaze of his teammates on his back, but he didn't tense up anymore, he simply couldn't. Naruko knew about the existence of a point that helped to relax for as long as an hour, and she sincerely hoped that it would help the Uchiha. And, as it turned out, it helped. He was able to rise as much as 6 meters, twice as much as he could before. When the Uchiha landed, he looked in surprise at the remaining nick that he managed to leave. And then he turned to know Yoko. There was so much gratitude in his eyes that the girl felt embarrassed. My pleasure. Now continue, she said, stepping aside. For some reason my heart accelerated. As Naruko yawned as she returned home to Tezuna's family. Overall, Sasuke and Sakura's training was going well, but they still had room to grow. Considering the fact that this is just a tree, and ahead of them lies an unstable surface of water. Suddenly, Yoko caught sobs out of the corner of her ear. She froze, immediately realizing who they belonged to. The girl bit her lip, wondering what to do. She didn't want to reassure Inari at all, since he still managed to say a couple of affectionate things to her in the morning. It's not that Naruko herself paid any attention to the child's rudeness, but she didn't want to confront him, she'd just spoil her nerves. And then she heard heavy, somewhat awkward steps. It was Kakashi, still moving with some difficulty. He was leaving the house, so Naruko, standing on the other side, could not notice, but the girl was sure that he felt her. Hatake, sighing heavily, approached Inari. "Why are you crying? Is there any reason for tears?" he asked in a somewhat rude manner. "Leave me alone," the boy snapped, "it's none of your business." But Yoko pursed her lips. The ANBU would have long ago given penalties for such behavior and some kind of punishment. She knew this from her own experience. "I remember that once upon a time she was insolent to her elders a couple of times, for which she later served a sentence. Just mine. We came to help you, but you are against it." "We can't help someone who doesn't want it," Kakashi responded, frowning at the darkening sky. "Get out of here. You cannot defeat Gato and his shinobi. Only death awaits you here. You can't handle him. There's no point in being a hero. There are no heroes. Save your life and get out of here, otherwise you will all die." At the end, the boy became so angry that he unconsciously raised his voice, and now he seemed on the verge of hysterics. But Yoko shook her head, listening to what would happen next. She didn't really care about this Gato and his shinobi. Of course, she had heard about this man, but somehow in fits and starts. She was not interested in rich people from other countries trying to push their goods into the fire country. Likewise, she had no interest in missing shinobi. But Yoko knew she could handle many of them. And if not on his own, then Kurama was always ready to share his strength. "You don't know us well," Kakashi responded to this. "We are not that weak. I am one of the strongest ninja in Konoha." At this moment, Inari snorted mockingly. "I understand that in my position this sounds funny, but I'm too relaxed. Now that I know what to expect from the enemy, I will be ready." The same can be said about the others. Sasuke, although still just learning, already masters several complex techniques. He is a genius. He is developing quickly, and by the next meeting with the enemy he will be ready. I see Sakura has excellent chakra control. She doesn't yet know where to go and where to apply herself, but there's nothing to worry about. I think she will soon find her calling. Naruko, standing around the corner, folded her arms over her chest. She understood perfectly well that Kakashi was not saying this to Inari, but to her, so that she would stop treating the Uchiha and especially Haruno with some inherent disdain. "And the third one?" the boy asked, sobbing, already on the verge of calm. "Naruko is very strong. She will make an excellent shinobi. She is now halfway through her journey. She has great potential and knows how to make it happen. One day, very soon, the day will come when she will surpass me. It's just a matter of time." But Yoko smiled slightly, lowering her head. Still, Kakashi, even if he looked like a callous cracker and did not behave as a sensei should, still looked closely at each of his team. This was commendable and even somewhat embarrassing. Soon Kakashi left, and after another 10 minutes Inari disappeared into his room. He no longer screamed or cried, but behaved quietly and calmly. The girl was sure, Hataki's words made him think. She took a deep breath of the evening air. "I completely didn't want to sleep, nor did I want to go into the house." Naruko, having written a short note that she was unlikely to return home today and that there was no need to look for her, went back to the forest, but now not in the direction where Sakura and Sasuke were training, but in the opposite direction. At first, Yoko simply threw shurikens at the nearest tree, but she quickly became bored with this activity. Therefore, she stretched out on the grass, slightly damp after the evening dew, and stared at the sky. She knew very few constellations, only those that were taught to her so that in the future she could find her way home to Konoha from anywhere. Contemplating the stars, the girl herself did not notice how she fell into a slumber, which soon developed into a sweet dream, which, however, was quickly disturbed. It seemed to Naruko that she had just closed her eyes and relaxed, when the grass rustled nearby, and with her sixth sense she sensed someone else's presence. Without opening her eyes, the girl continued to lie. The stranger sat down not far from her and, judging by the sounds, began to pick some herbs. Then, but Yoko still opened her eyes and turned her head. Not far from her sat a sweet girl with delicate features and long hair. She looked so feminine and sophisticated that for a second Naruko was pierced by a needle of envy. The girl herself hardly reminded herself of someone so gentle. More like a hedgehog with spines. And then the girl frowned. The steps, although light, clearly belonged to a man. Does this mean that there is a guy in front of her? Then, but Yoko is doubly envious. Oh, you're awake. Hello. I didn't want to wake you up, the girl said in a gentle voice, or was it still a guy? Hi, Naruko greeted. I didn't expect to see anyone here. Judging by the sun, it's about 6 in the morning. What are you doing here? I'm collecting herbs, came the laconic answer. Are you working this early? I love the morning, she shrugged. And you? If you mean that I forgot here, then I slept here. If it's about whether I like mornings, then no. Naruko slightly tilted her head to her right shoulder, trying to understand where she could see or feel this girl before. She reminded me of someone, but no chakra came from the stranger. So, either this is just a local, or a shinobi who is a master at hiding. That's how it is. It must be cool to be a shinobi? The stranger continued, standing up. Everything has its pros and cons, Yoko responded. While many people dream of being shinobi, shinobi themselves dream of being ordinary people. Vicious circle. What is your name? But Yoko Naruko. And you? Haku. Just Haku. A man's name, Naruko nodded. So I am a guy. Well, be it, but Yoko Naruko. Maybe we'll meet again. And he left. The girl was left alone in the clearing, frowning slightly. Something was wrong with this, just Haku, and she didn't like the guesses that came to the Jinchuriki's mind at all. They had already met this Haku. Now she understood, there was something in common between that Oinen and Haku. Their movements were equally smooth, their gait was equally light, their manner of speaking was equally leisurely and mysterious. The puzzle lined up into a picture, and Naruko, with her knees drawn up, buried her face in her face, groaning strangledly. Haku is that Oinen. And judging by the fact that he not only did not leave after completing the mission to capture Zabuza, but also collected medicinal herbs early in the morning, Momochi is still alive. The news is simply disgusting. After 2 weeks of painstaking work, the bridge was completed. It was huge and magnificent, truly connecting the two countries and promising to become a symbol of the future peace treaty. A lot of work was put into this bridge. The builders worked tirelessly, in several shifts, with short breaks for lunch and dinner. They came to work at 7 in the morning and left at 10 in the evening, when the sun disappeared behind the horizon. At the same time, Kakashi's team also had to stay awake. It was decided to divide into 2 groups. One was Sasuke and Naruko, and the other was Kakashi and Sakura. Such a division was due to the fact that each team had someone strong, a leader who could quickly navigate what was happening and give orders, such were Hitaki and Yoko, and someone who would carry out these orders, be it an urgent withdrawal architects from the battlefield or the need to convey the message to the rest of the team. Naruko and Sasuke were usually on duty in the mornings, and Kakashi and Sakura were on duty in the evenings. Sometimes they changed schedules, but this happened extremely rarely. It was impossible not to follow what was happening. Now that it became clear that Zabuza was alive and well, and Gato clearly had many more henchmen nearby, he had to be on his guard. In fact, the renegade shinobi made their way to the bridge several times, intending to cause sabotage, but Kakashi and Naruko, who were on duty at that time, stopped these attempts, leading the enemies away. Sasuke and Sakura knew about this, and therefore, while their partners were absent, they watched the area more closely. It's amazing how quickly people can build a bridge to save themselves, Yoko once said a few days before the work was completed. All people are trying to survive, the Uchiha answered vaguely, casting a quick glance at his partner. During the time they spent together, they did not chat often, but Sasuke himself only benefited from this. He did not like such talkative people as Sakura, and therefore Naruko, compared to her, looked very advantageous in the eyes of the Uchiha. They very successfully learned to understand each other at a glance, and this was surprising, since before that they had practically not communicated. Despite the mutual sympathy they both understood, no one was going to take the first step, silently agreeing to focus on the current mission. When the bridge was completed and only one problem remained with checking the last bolts, Team Number 7 got ready to go home. We completed our mission. We protected Tazuna-san until the bridge was completed. Now we can go home, Kakashi said at the general evening meeting. You mean, home? But Tazuna-san could be attacked by Gato's men at any moment. Yes, as soon as we leave. Sakura was indignant, frowning her thin pink eyebrows with displeasure. Everything is fine. The squad from Konoha should arrive in a couple of hours, Yoko reassured her. We will meet them on the bridge. In the meantime, pack your things. They decided on that. The guys had very few things, a couple of sets of change of clothes, a first aid kit, kunai, food for the road, that's all. All the luggage was quickly divided between 4 backpacks, and therefore, after saying goodbye to Tazuna's family, they still had to accompany the architect himself to the bridge. They set off. But the closer they got to the bridge, the clearer it became that something was wrong. Kakashi froze, and everyone froze after him. The fog thickened, and there was so much familiar chakra in it that there was no need to even ask whose it was. Zabuza recovered and was ready to attack. Let's go slowly. We cannot avoid this meeting. If he doesn't see us here, he'll come to Tazuna-san's house, and then everyone will suffer, said Kakashi. He lifted the bandage covering his eye, and this served as a signal to everyone to be on guard and not to relax under any circumstances. The enemy could attack from anywhere, and one must be prepared for this at any moment. Everyone took out kunai. Naruko, closing her eyes for a second, opened them again, and now they were both scarlet, with a narrow black pupil. 100 smells instantly hit my nose, starting with sweat and ending with the rice in my backpack. She raised her hand and with a short but precise movement threw the kunai into the darkness. A second and the smell of blood appeared in the air, and the fog began to slowly dissipate. The weapon hit the target. Yet Zabuza's mist was not only his strongest weapon, but also his Achilles heel. It's commendable that you saw me, the shinobi chuckled, pulling the kunai out of his shoulder, wincing slightly. This time he was wearing a black t-shirt, and did not show off his bare torso as before. He also looked healthy and full of strength, and nothing in the Nikkonen's appearance suggested that he had just been unable to walk. Nearby was the same Oinen, still in the same clothes and the same mask. There was no doubt, they were allies, and behind the mask was the effeminate face of a teenage boy. The senbons in his hand smelled dangerously of metal and someone else's blood, and there was also a whiff from the young man of something as cold and fresh as the first snow or a piece of ice on a frozen lake. I'll take on these two, the young man said coldly, pointing in the direction of Yoko and Uchiha. Then I'll finish with their teacher. Last time, it seems, we didn't finish, Momochi chuckled, stretching his powerful neck. Sakura, guard Tazuna-san, Hatake instantly ordered. Try to get him out of here somewhere safe. If you see enemies, run. But, Haruno wanted to be indignant. This is an order, Hatake reprimanded her. Yes, she agreed, lowering her head and standing closer to the bridge builder. The next second, Haku raised his hand. Sasuke missed the moment when the young man threw his senbon at them, but he felt a thin needle piercing the flesh of his leg. He screamed, jumping back. Naruko landed nearby. Previously, she managed to repel an enemy attack with her kunai. He's pushing us away from Sensei and Sakura, she said quickly, knocking off the next batch of needles, which fell onto the bridge with a loud clang. Shall we break back? No. Let's not disturb the sensei, but Yoko shook her head. And then the sharp needle still dug into her shoulder, and the girl clenched her teeth. It hurt. Apparently, Haku was aiming right at the painful points. In many of the textbooks that Sasuke read while studying at the academy, the simplest but most effective tactic was explained, according to which it was first necessary to separate strong opponents, forcing them to fight one by one. And then lead them both into a trap from which they will not be able to get out so easily. And finally, the last step, kill the weakened enemy. It didn't take long to realize that Haku was following exactly this tactic. However, at some point it became too late to retreat, and huge ice mirrors appeared around Naruko and Sasuke in a couple of seconds. They reeked of cold, as if it was not spring outside, but the middle of winter. The Uchiha dispersed chakra through the channels. Now, thanks to training with no Yoko and Kakashi, it became easier for him to control his chakra, so the problem of warming up became a matter of 5 seconds. Haku's trap was not so much the cage of mirrors, but Haku's ability to move very quickly between them, which gave him the ideal opportunity to attack enemies from all sides. It seemed impossible to follow his movements, even Yoko's fox eyes couldn't cope, which is why she couldn't dodge all the Senbon at once, only some of them. The second part stitched through her body. The suit was slowly but surely soaked in blood. We need to destroy these mirrors, the Uchiha hissed in pain. Naruko nodded. The enemy literally surrounded them. Wherever you go, a bunch of Senbon are flying at you from everywhere. There is not a single opportunity to take even the slightest step to the side. Moreover, it was impossible to understand where Haku was attacking from. He was everywhere and absolutely nowhere at the same time. The weapon did not reach the mirrors, and Yoko was afraid to use any techniques, since due to the narrow space she could seriously injure the Uchiha. Sasuke began to make a series of seals. Keton, Gokaku no Jutsu, he said, spitting fire out of his mouth, but it didn't help. The mirrors did not melt, but on the contrary, they became denser and thicker than before. And Naruko felt the heat of the fire on her face. A strand of her hair was charred. Still, there was not enough space for such techniques. The more I look at his movements, the better I see his movements. Can you attack him somehow? Distract there, the Uchiha whispered. Naruko nodded. She understood what was happening, and this raised her morale. If Sasuke began to slowly distinguish Haku's movements, then it means that right now he is developing his Sharingan. This is good, very good. The Uchiha becomes stronger right in battle. No, Yoko had no choice. Their only chance of getting out of here is if Sasuke can predict the enemy's movements and attack first. Naruko, no matter how sad it may sound, was powerless in such a situation. She crossed the middle and index fingers of both hands in a cross, creating a dozen shadow clones around herself. She learned this technique a long time ago, when she was just given access to the Hokage library. The clones, as one, rushed to the ice mirrors, but all, as one, were scattered. A small smoke rose, obscuring the view, and at that moment Naruko jumped up to the mirror, trying to break it with a kunai, but as soon as the tip of the weapon came into contact with the icy surface, Senbon flew at her, and the girl had to urgently dodge them. Unfortunately, several of them hit her palm and calf. Naruko. The Uchiha jumped up to the girl and put his palms on her shoulders, watching how the clothes around the needles were soaked in blood. Everything is fine, Kurama's daughter, placing her palm on Sasuke's hand, sharply pulled the young man towards her, so hard that he almost fell. Several Senbon flew right over the Uchiha's head, and he mentally thanked the girl. Can you use the clones again? Sasuke whispered in her ear. A shiver ran down Yoko's spine, but she pulled herself together and, standing up, again created several clones. The clones rushed to the mirrors, but immediately separated. Again. The girl frowned, creating clones and rushing to the ice mirrors. The clones scattered again, being pierced by Haku's Senbon. Using the same technique and relying on Sasuke, Naruko felt hurt and humiliated. All those years in ANBU were stupid and a waste of time. The girl was disgusted with herself. The only thing she could do now was create some kind of clones. The needles, both in no Yoko's body and in Sasuke's body, became more and more numerous. Suddenly the boy raised his hand, stopping his teammates' attempts. She froze in place. The Uchiha's eyes turned scarlet, and Tomo curled around the pupil. He finally saw all the enemy's movements. Now Haku couldn't keep up, whose actions for Sasuke now seemed like they were in slow motion. The boy lightly pulled Naruko behind him, noticing which mirror the enemy would jump into next. Took in more air into his lungs and blew out several small balls. Some of them hit the mirrors, and one set the enemy's pants on fire. Naruko, standing behind her teammate, reached for the small scrolls that were in her hip pouch. The girl suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. They couldn't get out of the ice prison on their own, but with Kurama's help, they could. And the issue of protecting Sasuke from the fox's poisonous chakra was resolved quite simply. The girl was simply going to put a couple of different barriers on him, which, when used together, could protect the Uchiha. Without hesitating for a second, she took out these scrolls and opened them with a quick and easy movement. Then she threw it on the floor and made several seals. "Trust me," she said simply, and Sasuke nodded. He couldn't help but trust Naruko. He was immediately surrounded by a glowing golden dome. After checking that everything was in order, Yoko turned her back to Sasuke, concentrating. The fiery red chakra of Kurama spread through its channels, which, like a hurricane, swept away the mirrors, shattering them into small pieces. Haku flew out of one of the fragments and landed quite successfully on his feet. Taking out Nusenbon, he threw them at Yoko, but they dissolved in the acid red chakra of the fox. The wounds that had been inflicted on her earlier had healed, leaving behind only small holes in her clothes and red blood stains. Naruko made a feint and punched the distracted guy in the chin, and when he flew up, she jumped up and kicked him in the left cheek with a roundhouse. The young man flew away, hitting the stone bridge with his tailbone and elbow. But Yoko was nearby in an instant, sitting on Haku's stomach and raising her fist to strike. The guy, realizing that things smelled of frying, began to squirm under the girl. He formed the seals with one hand, and a huge block of ice grew behind Naruko, but it began to dissolve with a menacing hiss upon contact with the Kyuubi's chakra. "It's no use," the girl grinned, taking out a kunai. Suddenly understanding flashed in Yuki's eyes, and he relaxed. The tension disappeared from his muscles, and a slight smile bloomed on his lips. "Thank you," he whispered a second before the kunai was plunged into his heart. Only then did Yoko, blinking, realize what had happened. Haku wanted her to kill him, so he stopped resisting. And she did it. The girl swallowed viscous saliva. This was not the first time she had killed, or even the second, but never before had an enemy thanked her for her death. She stood up, swaying slightly, using the Kyuubi's chakra drained a lot of strength from her. The girl turned her gaze to Sasuke. He was still surrounded by a barrier. He lay in a strange, unnatural position, and Naruko, fearful that he had suddenly died, flew up to the Uchiha, removing all the barriers and placing her fingers on the carotid artery. Those long seconds during which she tried to feel his pulse seemed like hours to Yoko. But now, a completely imperceptible heartbeat was heard as a slight trembling on her bloody fingers. Sasuke was alive, he had simply passed out due to too much blood loss. The girl turned her gaze to Kakashi. He slammed the Chidori straight into Zabuza's stomach, tearing muscles and internal organs. Hataki's bloody fingers stuck out from the back of the nuke. Naruko smiled, that means Momochi won't miraculously resurrect again. She exhaled in a relaxed manner when she suddenly sensed the chakra of at least 50 new enemies. Sure, they were all weaker than Haku or Zabuza, but it wasn't like Yoko or Kakashi were in a position to fight them right now. The girl clenched her teeth. "You'll have to push yourself a little more." "Sakura, Tazuna-san, come here," she called to her teammate and bridge builder. They approached her, looking in horror at the Uchiha's body. Tears sparkled in Haruno's eyes. "He's alive. There are more enemies here. Stand next to Sasuke, the seals will protect you. And Kakashi-sensei and I still need to work." The old man and girl silently followed her instructions, and Naruko activated the barrier. There was no point in worrying about them anymore. Casting one last sad glance at the unconscious Uchiha, whom Sakura did not know how to approach to help, Yoko took out her trusty katana and confidently walked up to the sensei. A familiar chakra could be felt somewhere nearby, which meant that help was almost there. They will help them. When a nasty old man with black glasses and a strange hairstyle appeared in the middle of the bridge, surrounded by Nuknin shinobi, Naruko grabbed the katana with both hands and released even more of Kurama's chakra. The massacre has begun. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi and Sasuke were sent to the hospital, Naruko was sent to submit a mission report, and Sakura was sent home. Several days have passed since that battle on the bridge. Gato, like most of his henchmen, were killed by Yoko, Hatake, and a team from Konoha, led by Yamato, who came to their aid. Actually, thanks to his abilities, he helped transport the seriously wounded Sasuke and Kakashi to Konoha as safely as possible. Sakura was practically unharmed, if you do not take into account the shock she experienced, and Naruko's wounds all healed quite quickly thanks to the Kyuubi's chakra. Sakura, somehow making her way to the house, went inside. Taking off her shoes, not really thinking about placing them neatly at the entrance, the girl walked deeper into the house. "Sakura, daughter, are you back?" her father asked in surprise, and Haruno nodded. "Sakura, honey, how I missed you. Are you okay?" Mabuki, Sakura's mother, grabbed her daughter into a tight hug, wailing about how much she had missed her over the past time. The girl only weakly assented and stated that she wanted to sleep. "Of course, quickly run to the room. Will you have dinner?" "No thanks." Haruno climbed the stairs and was already approaching the door to her room when she heard her mother's dissatisfied cry. "I could have put the shoes on properly." Sakura just rolled her eyes displeasedly and entered the room, finally slamming the door. She didn't like the fact that as soon as she came home after a 2-week mission, her mother began to have another complaint against her. Walking into the room, Haruno opened the window wide, exposing her face to the warm spring breeze. "I was terribly sleepy, but Sakura knew that first she would need to wash herself after the trip and change clothes. So, grabbing her house dress, the girl went to the bathroom, dreaming of quickly washing off all the road dirt. In the bathroom she finally relaxed, and the hot water steamed her body. It became even lazier to move. Having somehow dried her long hair, which Haruno was very proud of, the girl changed clothes and went back to her room, thinking only about how pleasant it would be to sleep on her own pillow under her own blanket. But the girl's dreams were interrupted by a strange piece of paper lying on the made bed. She wasn't there when she left the room, which means someone broke in and left a note. Suspiciously leaning out of the open window, Sakura looked around. There was no one. Then the girl slammed the doors shut. Only then did she return to the note, folded into a neat triangle. "Dear Haruno Sakura, I, the head of the Root ANBU, invite you to join our ranks. The Root is a special organization that keeps order in Konoha from the shadows. I think such an experience will be useful to you in the future. If you agree, come to the Hokage residence today at 8 and go down to the basement. If not, my people will simply make sure that you will never remember this moment. I ask you not to tell anyone about this letter. I wish you all the best. Head of the Root ANBU. Danzo Shimura." Sakura bit her lip. It looked impressive. ANBU Root, she had never heard of anything like this, but she was sure that she would definitely become stronger there. And if she becomes stronger, she will not only be able to win the love of her beloved Sasuke, but will also definitely outshine Yoko. With similar thoughts, the girl went to bed, smiling slightly. The note did not cause any doubts or fears in her, and there were still 9 hours left before 8, which could be spent on sweet sleep. Sakura almost overslept, but still got up. Jumping out of the window in her room, the girl went to the Hokage residence, where, turning into the basement, she went down the stairs and found herself in some strange cool room, the existence of which she had never even suspected before. "I knew you would come," a male voice came from the side, and the girl turned around. Turning around, she saw a thin old man with a wooden cane. His face was dotted with battle scars and wrinkles, notably the X-shaped scar on his chin. The right eye, as well as the forehead, were wrapped in a white bandage, but Sakura, already accustomed to the fact that Kakashi constantly covers almost his entire face, was not at all surprised. "Are you Shimura Danzo?" she asked hoarsely. For some reason, the old man's mere appearance inspired respect and aroused some fear. "Yes. If you came here, it means you decided to accept my offer." She nodded. "Then welcome to ANBU Route. I'm glad to welcome you here. Especially considering that you will be indispensable on your first mission." What kind of mission?" asked the girl. "And when to start?" "Right now. Your mission is simple, keep track of what Yoko Naruko is doing and pass it on to us. Nothing else. The hawk will tell you in detail what to do." An ANBU appeared next to Shimura, whose face was wearing a mask that vaguely resembled the muzzle of a hawk. He told Haruno to follow him in an emotionless tone, and Haruno followed, not fully realizing what had just happened. But she was sure of one thing, now this nasty but Yoko will be in trouble, and she will gladly put her hand to it. When she left, Danzo pursed his lips. He himself didn't like the fact that someone like Sakura would be in their ranks, but, on the other hand, for the sake of good purposes, he could tolerate it. "Sai, you've done well," the old man said briefly. In front of him, sitting on one knee, appeared a young man in an ANBU uniform, whose face was hidden by a mask. "Can I ask you a question?" asked the young man. "Yes," Shimura nodded. "Why do you need Haruno?" "She is weak, I don't see the potential of a strong shinobi in her. With her help, we can keep an eye on the Nine Tails. Perhaps we will finally be able to put a seal on it," Danzo answered, covering his eye. "I think the Jinchuriki trusts this Haruno more than he lets on, and does not expect a stab in the back from her." "But why not Uchiha Sasuke? He's more capable than this girl," Sai still couldn't understand. "Sasuke won't follow the Nine Tails. There is no benefit for him here. Moreover, he clearly has matured feelings for her, and this is a very annoying factor. He may give in, not wanting to hurt the Nine Tails. But if we invite Haruno—" "No one expects us to invite someone like her," Shimura answered patiently. "Now go. Tomorrow, take a walk around Konoha and try to sort things out in the Yamanako clan. There is one boy there who interests me." "Don't wear a mask," he ordered. "Yes, it will be done." With these words, the ANBU disappeared. Danzo was left all alone in the basement under the Hokage's residence. For once, everything went according to plan, because early attempts to subjugate the Kyubi Jinchuriki ended with the demon's poisonous chakra burning all the seals placed on Yoko's butt. Naruko sat in her room and looked at the piece of paper given by Kakashi. Last night, Sensei gathered them all for one single purpose, to announce the start of the Chunin exam. He gave each person a piece of paper stating that he was nominating them for the exam. The only thing left for them was to give their consent or disagreement. She had no doubt that Naruko herself would participate in the exam. But Sakura. The girl bit her lip. "There's something wrong with her. She has changed," the girl said as soon as she fell into her own subconscious. Kurama lay inside the cage and looked around his daughter with a lazy gaze. "I noticed," the fox nodded. "She continues to hang on to Sasuke, but she behaves differently with me. Not likely because of what happened on the bridge. I felt her aura. She was angry and full of hatred. And now Sakura's aura is calm and hardly fluctuates. And she smells different," Kyubi noted. "Really?" Yoko asked. "Yes. It used to smell like cherry, but now I smell notes of forest there. And she began to disappear more often." The girl frowned. "And yesterday she followed me all evening. Fortunately, I was able to deceive her, but I don't think it will last long." "Yes," drawled the Nine Tails. "Something has changed in her. Be careful with her." "Certainly." Just as Naruko managed to answer, she heard the call. Coming out of her subconscious, she rose to her feet and walked to the front door. Standing in the doorway was a man with dark hair neatly styled into a ponytail, dressed as an ANBU and wearing a tiger mask. Through the eye slits, black, very beautiful eyes were visible. Having bowed, the unknown person handed the girl a large envelope. She nodded, accepting the scroll. The ANBU immediately disappeared, and Naruko, slamming the door, walked to the table and opened the envelope. Inside was someone's dossier. On the first page of the photograph, a 15-year-old guy with dark, beautiful eyes and the same dark hair, which was tied in a ponytail, was looking at her. This instantly reminded her of the messenger, and the girl frowned. Was it him? Judging by the eyes, yes. But why did he come to her? Oh, she knew Itachi Uchiha. I saw him in person a couple of times in ANBU, but practically didn't talk to him. Itachi made a good impression on her back then, but who would have thought that in the end he would go crazy and knock out his entire clan? The girl pursed her lips and flipped through the first page. The following was a brief description of Itachi's origins and his success at the academy. And then the most interesting thing began: enrollment in ANBU. It was then that Naruko began to read more diligently. Once a year, the ANBU conducted a medical examination, and the one that took place shortly before the slaughter of the Uchiha clan did not reveal any abnormalities in Itachi. Moreover, he was completely healthy, both physically and mentally. What happened then? Yoko muttered quietly under her breath, scratching her chin. On the next page she found the answer to her question. A written version of the order for Uchiha Itachi to destroy the Uchiha clan, signed by Shimura Danzo. This copy of the order, apparently, should have been destroyed on the same day, as soon as Itachi received it. But apparently something went wrong. But Yoko did not know what to do now, with the information received. Should I tell Sasuke everything? Or maybe the third? Is it really true that the third wasn't involved in all this? My head hurt from thinking, but Naruko couldn't think of anything. She just sighed heavily and, picking up her things, left the house. The exam was coming soon, which meant that we couldn't be late. On the main square, she met a gloomy Sakura and an equally gloomy Sasuke, who smiled slightly when he saw Yoko. Sorry for being late. Unexpected circumstances, she waved her hand. Let's go quickly, I'll take you the quick route. Indeed, thanks to Naruko, who knew several secret loopholes, they quickly reached the exam site, bypassing the other teams and almost immediately finding themselves in a corridor with doors leading to the classroom where the first stage of the exam would take place. The road to class was blocked by Kakashi, who looked too happy. I knew you would come, he said. In general, you three are great. I am proud of you. Now go through that door and write this test with flying colors. With these words, the sensei disappeared. Sakura, noticeably perked up, walked toward the classroom with a more cheerful gait, throwing open the doors. A whole 100 eyes immediately stared at them, causing Haruno to shudder a little, and Naruko just chuckled, showing everyone 2 red eyes with narrow black pupils. Looking around, she met Hinata's gaze, to whom she immediately hurried. She was just about to ask her something when suddenly a squeal was heard. Turning around, Naruko saw Ino, who jumped onto Sasuke's back. But Yoko narrowed her eyes. My heart pricked unpleasantly, and a worm of resentment towards Sasuke and anger at this blonde lurked in my soul. But, sighing, she turned to Hinata again and asked how she was doing. Unnoticed, she watched Sasuke with one eye. A boy of about 15 with large round glasses hiding his black eyes approached him. He straightened the ponytail of his ashen hair and took out some cards from his pouch, which he hurried to show to the Uchiha. All this was interrupted by a man entering the classroom. He was wearing a black raincoat, which didn't go well with the warm spring weather outside the window. Naruko, who recognized him as Marino Ibiki, raised her eyebrows slightly. Isn't it a good idea to pit a strong jonin against the genin with the ability to put pressure on where it hurts the most? The girl shook her head slightly. The third old man never ceased to amaze with his strange decisions. Or is it that there are so many genin this year that some just need to be weeded out? I am your first examiner, Marino Ibiki. Now you will be given numbers and you will sit down at chairs that have the same numbers. The first exam will be written, he explained in a rough voice. All the genin came to the table and took out pieces of paper with numbers. Naruko got 18th, Sasuke got 32nd, and Sakura got 59th. Sitting down in the place indicated on the piece of paper, she found some genin from Suna next to her. On the other side, someone unknown from Konoha sat down. Uchiha and Haruno were in different corners, and Hinata was several rows higher. Now, get started, Marino said, looking at his watch and noting the time. So, the first stage of Chunin Shuriken began. First, Naruko looked around at everyone present. They were all from different hidden villages, and they all had their own techniques and hidden abilities. When the forms were handed out, the girl glanced at them briefly, and then turned her gaze to the others. Many were disappointed, some covered their eyes with their hands, apparently not knowing the answers. Some people smiled slyly, peeking at the answers from those who had already started writing the test, and only 5 people, among whom was Sakura, happily began to scribble the answer. Looking at her piece of paper, the girl raised an eyebrow. The first 4 questions were easy, but the remaining 6 were clearly not from the knowledge of a simple genin who had recently left the academy. A kunai flew near her ear, but the girl dodged it in time with a straight face. The weapon stuck into the work of the guy sitting behind her. You were caught cheating 5 times. You failed the exam, Marino said cruelly. Naruko scratched her cheek. The atmosphere became heavier, and she understood the essence of the first exam. It is important not to answer all the questions correctly, but rather to write correctly without getting caught. Yawning, Yoko began to answer questions. As she expected, she was only able to answer the first 4, the rest were of the sit and think variety. After rereading the questions, she still gave up and decided to resort to cheating, finally thinking that thinking was somehow stressful and in general, she understands and shares Shikamaru's politics. Imperceptibly releasing chakra across the table at which she was sitting, Naruko closed her eyes. Her body was suddenly filled with lightness, and Naruko felt all her chakra imperceptibly weaving around the entire class, looking for a piece of paper with the correct answers. As soon as it was found, she, controlling chakra from afar, forced it to rise to the piece of paper and quietly copy everything that was on it. Then the chakra returned back to no Yoko, burning the correct answers onto the draft paper in black hieroglyphs. All that remained for the girl was to simply write them off. She invented this technique not so long ago, and therefore did not have time to use it in battle or during missions, but now she was able to evaluate its effectiveness. Soon she copied the answers to all 9 questions and put her pen aside, waiting for the last, 10th. There was less and less time left before it, and almost half of the teams were disqualified. The examiners eliminated only those who cheated too noticeably, and if they cheated almost unnoticed, they pretended that nothing had happened. This was very obvious, because it was simply impossible not to notice the small sandy eye next to the head of one boy and the fact that the painted guy from Suna had gone to the toilet for an hour. Finally, Ibiki clapped his hands, drawing attention to himself. Time is up, he said. Now I will ask you the last, 10th question. Anyone who cannot answer it will never be able to take this test again. However, if anyone is unsure or has doubts, he can leave now and come back next year. Silence reigned. The atmosphere suddenly became heavier. Naruko looked around, many looked so tense that they could be seen shaking. She mentally nodded. It was not for nothing that Marino was in charge of interrogations. He could force his enemies to tell the truth in just 5 minutes. His actions always influenced the psyche of his enemies, forcing them to surrender and tell the whole truth. Some boy of 13 years old could not stand at first and left the audience. His team followed him. This was the beginning. More and more people left the class. Some even cried when they left. Naruko looked at the place where Sasuke was sitting and met his gaze. A herd of goosebumps ran down her spine. The girl felt herself starting to blush a little, but she couldn't look away. Something attracted her to the Uchiha, and it was an unknown force, the nature of which Yoko was aware of, but was in no hurry to accept. This is all? Is everyone else ready to answer the question? Naruko looked away from Sasuke and looked at Marino. Great! You all passed the test. His words echoed throughout the silent classroom. Suddenly a whole ton of questions rained down on the examiner, and he, to his credit, calmly explained the essence of the first test. Naruko glanced at Sakura. She didn't look surprised or anything else, which meant that she knew in advance about the pitfall of the first exam. But where from? Just as Ibiki finished his monotone explanation about what a shinobi's duty is and what a true ninja should be, the window leading to the classroom broke and a woman with dark purple hair, which was braided in a high ponytail and gray hair, dramatically appeared from a cloud of smoke. Brown eyes. Her clothes could not be called modest, certainly not this mesh sweater and the same mesh shorts, over which was a short skirt and a yellow raincoat. My name is Mitarashi Anko, and I am your second examiner, the woman said joyfully and cheerfully. Come tomorrow to the 44th training ground, where your second stage of the exam will take place, and I will tell you everything. Between the first and second stages of the Chunin exam, it was decided to arrange 3 days of rest, which could not but please. Therefore, Naruko, saying goodbye to the 7th team, went to her home. She didn't feel particularly tired after the exam, but she really wanted to be lazy. Moreover, they were not going to give her any missions in the near future, as a member of the ANBU. But Yoko still didn't know how to talk to Sasuke. Will he listen to her? Will he believe the piece of paper, or will he become even more angry with the world? The girl sighed heavily. She did not know. When they had just met Kakashi as the mentor of their team, the Uchiha seemed to her to be focused on his goal of finding and killing Itachi, but now that several months had passed, it began to seem to Naruko that the Uchiha had gradually begun to forget about his brother. On the one hand, this is good, revenge was no longer his guiding star, but on the other, one day he could wake up and realize that he had spent these 2 months on some nonsense, instead of getting down to business. And, as a result, Sasuke could do huge stupid things. It's all complicated, Yoko muttered under her breath when that folder, with Itachi's dossier, caught her eye again. The best option is to tell him everything, Kurama replied. And I also need to tell you that I'm assigned to watch him so that he doesn't go crazy and cut off part of Konoha, like his brother once did? The girl asked with some irritation in her voice. This was the absolute truth. A few days before she was sent to the academy, the girl received very clear and precise instructions. To keep an eye on Uchiha Sasuke. The Hokage, like the elders in Danzo, was bothered by the fact that the last of the Uchiha clan was isolated from his peers and did not communicate with anyone, and therefore Yoko was ordered to monitor the young man and report directly to management if something went wrong. Naruko, although often acting rather aloof with the team, still kept an eye on Sasuke when he was in sight, and sent a shadow clone when the boy was somewhere far away. When Yoko learned the summoning technique, everything became even easier. She simply sent small tigers to watch over the Uchiha. They usually transformed into cats and hung around somewhere nearby, without causing any concern. Probably, it was this surveillance that led to the fact that Naruko, learning more and more about Sasuke, began to experience feelings for him that she never expected from herself. It was embarrassing and unnerving, but the girl knew how to control herself. Yoko was just about to indulge in melancholy when there was a knock on the door. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the girl walked towards the door, throwing it open. On the other side stood an already familiar ANBU in a tiger mask. He had a new envelope in his hands. Maybe you can come in? Naruko suggested, but the ANBU shook his head, insistently holding out the envelope. You're Itachi Uchiha, right? The ANBU froze in place, and then took a cautious step back, as if fearing that Yoko would attack him. The girl blinked in surprise. She did not want to harm the Uchiha at all, and therefore raised her hands in a peaceful gesture, which, however, did not reassure him. Everything is fine. I read what you gave me this morning. I won't attack or anything. I just want to talk to you. About Sasuke, she highlighted her teammate's name. The ANBU stood up straight, nodded, and took a step towards Naruko. She moved away from the passage, letting him inside. And then she closed the door behind him, checking, just in case, that there was no tail behind the Uchiha. The young man took off his mask, putting it somewhere on the chest of drawers standing in the passage, and then turned to Yoko. It really was Itachi, just as she thought. It was strange and unusual to invite a person who was recognized throughout the world as the most dangerous criminal to visit you. But they had a lot to talk about, so the girl could only hope that the Uchiha didn't suddenly decide to run away. They walked into the kitchen and sat down at the wooden table opposite each other. Itachi placed the envelope in front of him and pushed it towards Naruko. She, having printed it out, took out pieces of paper from there, running her eyes over some of them. Is this a dossier on all the genin who passed the first stage? She asked. For what? There are a couple there that might interest you. If you were talking about Dog no Gara, then I know that he is the Jinchuriki of Ichibi. It's not only about him. I can't tell you the whole truth, I gave my word, but take a closer look at the shinobi from the land of sound. The Uchiha shook his head. Okay, but first answer. Why did you come here and start giving me all these dossiers? Why did you give yours? Someone you know suggested I do this. Unfortunately, I can't say who it is yet, he replied. What I did several years ago cannot be undone. I received orders to slaughter my clan and I did it. I had to kill every single one of them, but I couldn't raise my hand against Sasuke. I did this consciously. Did you also deliberately tear out their eyes? Yoko asked. She remembered that day, as she was one of those ANBU who were ordered to remove the Uchiha bodies. The memories of that day gave her goosebumps. She remembered how she was literally turned inside out when she saw the ripped open bodies of men and women, how her mentor, the wolf, in an emotionless voice ordered her not to cry, but to pull herself together and get down to business. This was supposed to discourage all pity, cowardice, and disgust from her. And so it happened, but Yoko added that day to the list of the worst days of her life. While carrying the bodies along with others, she noticed that some were missing one or both eyes, and then the thought crept into the girl's head that Itachi was such a psychopath that he stole a bunch of other people's eyes. Knows why. What eyes? The Uchiha was sincerely surprised. Some of the corpses had no eyes. Did you pick them up? No. It's the first time I've heard it. Naruko's heart sank into her stomach. If Itachi isn't lying, then where could the eyes go? Orochimaru, for experiments? But how could the renegade know that, on this very day, the clan would be slaughtered? And then she remembered that the order to destroy the clan was signed by Danzo, and all the color suddenly disappeared from her face. She looked at Itachi in fear, and read in his gaze that he was thinking the same thing. He could? But how? For what? For what? She whispered. He stole an eye from my good friend, the Uchiha answered quietly. And he could do this to my clan. I received orders to destroy him after I learned that Fugaku Uchiha, Sasuke's father, incited the clan to rebel and coup in the village. There would be many casualties, many people who were not involved in all this would die. We couldn't allow this to happen. Naruko thought for a second. Even in this case, it was quite cruel to slaughter an entire clan, which she hastened to inform Itachi about. Yes, I know. Initially, my friend, Shursui, was supposed to use his secret technique on Fugaku, which would take control of him, but the elders decided that this was not enough. Even if the head of the clan refuses the idea, the clan itself does not. They were inflamed by the idea of a coup. They met every week and discussed who would be killed. It was unbearable, I couldn't even hear it. But Yoko lowered her gaze to the floor. Itachi seemed so unhappy to her now that she wanted to feel sorry for him. Probably, after this his life was completely ruined, and he was constantly on the run, since in the bingo book there was a rather large bounty on his head. I don't know what to say. What should I do? Naruko asked. How can I tell Sasuke about this? I can't predict his reaction. I just want to kill Danzo, Itachi said firmly. Then I told Sasuke that his goal should be to kill me, so that he would not become angry with the village and would not try to do what his father did not succeed. But now I understand how stupid I was then. I want to ask for your help. The one who told me to give you these files said that you hate Danzo enough to help me destroy him along with the root. Naruko pursed her lips. Whoever sent Itachi to her was not mistaken. She agreed. I see everything is in place, Mitarashi said in a slightly distressed tone. Listen to everyone carefully, because I explain the rules only once. This is training ground number 44, one of Konoha's restricted areas. But it also has another, less official name, the Forest of Death. And I want to assure you that it is completely justified, so for political and legal certainty you will sign documents stating that we are not responsible for your very possible death. After these words, whispers passed through the ranks of the genin. Now let's get back to the exam. In the center of this training ground there is a tower, which takes you about 10 kilometers to get to. Getting into it, in fact, is your goal. But that is not all. Each team will be given a scroll, 22 Earth Scrolls, and the same number of Sky Scrolls. Only those who, in full force and with 2 different scrolls, reach the tower will pass the exam, so that at most half will end up in the tower. Mitarashi narrowed her eyes and pulled a very bloodthirsty grin onto her face. You now have 20 minutes to get the scrolls and get to your gate. Naruko smiled faintly at Sasuke, who looked at her, and all 3 entered the tent to receive the Sky Scroll and number 12. There they signed all the necessary documents, and Sakura was shaking so much during this that Yoko had to calm her teammate down time, promising that she knows everything about this exam and if anything happens, she can lead them to the tower. Come on, time is running out, Sasuke called them, and the girls followed him. Naruko has yet to tell the Uchiha anything about Itachi, or Danzo, or that fateful night. She wanted to, but something like fear prevented her. So, just a few minutes before the exam starts, Anko's voice announced smartly from the speakers above each gate. The last rule, do not open the scrolls and try not to die in large quantities, we only ordered 20 coffins. I won't wish you luck, it won't help, therefore you have 120 hours. Everyone enter your gates, the exam has begun. Sakura cast a frightened glance at the Jinchuriki, and she had to put her hand on the girl's shoulder to calm her down. Sasuke looked quite confident, but periodically glanced at Naruko. Finally, the gate opened, and Yoko pulled both genin along with her, immediately saying that they needed to run away from the gate. Some teams, especially those who were taking the exam not for the first time, preferred to hunt the hesitant, frightened genin, who were afraid to go into the forest after Anko's words. The problem was that Yoko couldn't shake the feeling that someone was right on their heels, and it wasn't the ANBU members or the genin from the exam. Naruko would have recognized their chakra right away. It was someone else, more dangerous and experienced. We need to develop a plan, Sasuke said. The others nodded in agreement. But Yoko tried to relax, but her gaze was drawn to the bushes nearby. Something was hidden in them, and the girl had to check what it was. If it was that grass shinobi, then things couldn't be worse for them. I'll go away for a while, said the girl. If anything happens, get ready to run, I'll find you later. What's happening? Asked the Uchiha. It's okay, I just need to step away for a few minutes. Without saying another word, the girl waved her hand and disappeared behind those same bushes. A snake crawled past her leg, and Naruko followed it, feeling that this was far from the simplest animal. And I was not mistaken. The snake led her to a small narrow path, following which the girl entered a clearing. She could still feel the chakra of her teammates, but she could feel the chakra of the one who stood on the other side of the small clearing even more strongly. It didn't take Naruko long to recognize the intruder as Orochimaru. His pale, snake-like face was known to everyone who had ever heard of the 3 great Sannin of Konoha. What did you forget here? The girl asked, frowning and putting her hand on her hip bag. It contained not only kunai with shurikens, but also a smoke bomb, designed to announce to the organizers by the color of the smoke that something had not gone according to plan. But Yoko was ready to use it at any moment. "Lured you out," the man hissed. His voice was somewhat similar to the rustle of a snake, which was even somewhat frightening. Suddenly, Orochimaru disintegrated into a pile of small snakes, which alerted Naruko. She grabbed the kunai tighter, ready to throw it at the enemy at any moment, but then the unexpected happened. The world around her was distorted, and she herself found herself in some dark, disgusting, slimy place that stank terribly. The girl tried to cut through the incomprehensible space around herself with a kunai, but nothing happened. And the next moment she felt a nasty movement. The space around her began to move, contract, trying to push the girl deeper, and she was scared. She was in someone's stomach, and they were clearly going to make lunch out of her. Closing her eyes, Yoko quickly began to scroll through options for escaping from this place. The kunai fell away immediately. It didn't help. Maybe explosions? However, Naruko immediately changed her mind. She would explode along with the snake, which did not suit her. There was only one thing left. Concentrating, the girl released Kurama's poisonous chakra from her body, which literally tore the snake apart from the inside, as happened with Haku's ice trap a couple of weeks earlier. Having landed safely, the girl looked at the remains of the animal. The snake was clearly a trap to detain her. Which means Sakura and Sasuke are in trouble. Turning sharply, Naruko rushed towards her teammates. But when she ran to the place where she left them, it turned out that the guys were missing. Quickly scanning the situation, Yoko sensed their chakra higher. This means that Orochimaru had already reached them, and now they were on tree branches. Jumping onto the nearest tree, the girl rushed to search for her teammates. But as soon as she saw them a little in the distance, Orochimaru's neck lengthened, and he sank his snake fangs right into Sasuke's shoulder. The boy screamed in pain and Naruko rushed towards him, throwing shuriken at the Sannin. He easily knocked away the useless metal, and the next second a chidori sparkled in Yoko's hand. Orochimaru grinned disgustingly, dodging such a straightforward attack, when he suddenly felt the sharp blade of Yoko's katana pierce his stomach. One of the shuriken turned out to be a reincarnated shadow clone. "Not bad," hissed the clearly pleased Sannin. "What did you do to Sasuke?" she asked. Orochimaru just shrugged, moving to another tree and raising his hand. Snakes immediately burst out of the sleeves, flying straight towards Naruko. She dodged the attack, cutting off the reptiles' heads, and then jumping up to Sannin and cutting him off. He avoided such a simple attack and released a couple more snakes that wrapped around Yoko's waist. Orochimaru waved his hand, and the girl was thrown to the side. According to the renegade's plan, she was supposed to crash into a tree at full speed, breaking something for herself, but the snakes holding her were destined to end up in the same way as the one from which the girl had emerged a minute earlier. They melted under the influence of the Kyuubi's poisonous chakra. Landing on her feet, the girl raised her hand to her mouth, inhaling more air. Futon, spiral wind sword. The air around her began to transform into something resembling a small hurricane that flew towards the Sannin. He deftly dodged, and the technique hit the tree, destroying it. Then Yoko exhaled again and again, making sure Orochimaru moved in the direction she wanted. When he landed on the very branch from which he was biting Sasuke, the second shuriken turned into a shadow clone of Naruko, which cut the man in half with a powerful swing of his katana. The upper part of the torn body, consisting of the Sannin's head, arms, back and stomach, began to fly away, when suddenly a bunch of snakes burst out of it and they stretched towards the lower half of the man's body, clinging to it. And just a second later, Orochimaru stood alive and unharmed in front of Yoko. The girl recoiled in fear. It was no longer a person. It was a monster that she didn't know how to defeat. "And you're not bad at fighting. Perhaps you should be tagged too." With these words, the Sannin's head lengthened and with great speed headed towards Yoko, but she dodged and, finding herself behind Orochimaru, hit the Sannin in the stomach with a fist with the Kyuubi chakra concentrated in it, which the girl hoped to release into the man's channels, thereby disrupting his flow chakra and depriving him of the ability to use it. But something went wrong. and her body was suddenly engulfed by several snakes, and the next moment 2 sharp teeth pierced her shoulder. The girl screamed, releasing Kurama's chakra and melting the nasty reptiles once again in a few minutes. Falling back onto a thick branch, Naruko felt her strength slowly but surely leaving her. The body was suddenly filled with lead, and even the terrible pain from the shoulder burning with fire could not overcome the all-consuming fatigue. Grinning disgustingly, Sannin disappeared. But Yoko was left all alone, writhing in pain. It will be easier now, Kurama promised in his subconscious and directed his chakra to the site of Orochimaru's bite. The pain soon subsided. Barely getting up, the girl, on stiff legs, jumped down and walked towards Sakura and Sasuke, after which she sank down next to the Uchiha and rather rudely pushed the collar of his sweater to the side, exposing his neck, on which a black mark in the form of 3 tomo could be seen. But Yoko placed her palm on the mark, sending Kyuubi chakra into it. It was poisonous to ordinary people. But it could also nullify various seals, that is why all these years the root could not subjugate but Yoko. Using her last strength to control the flow of the Ninetales chakra in the Uchiha's body, the girl watched as the mark slowly disappeared. When it disappeared completely, Naruko took the Kyuubi's chakra back to herself, fearing that it could harm Sasuke's body. As soon as this was over, Yoko looked at the excited Sakura, nodded briefly to her and fell unconscious next to Sasuke. A short fight with Orochimaru, as well as the destruction of as many as 2 strong marks, drained all her strength. Moaning through her teeth, Naruko barely opened her eyes, feeling dizzy. Somehow raising herself on her elbows, the girl slightly turned her head to the side, trying to understand where she was. Pain immediately shot through my neck. Naruko, don't get up, Sakura whispered, hovering over her teammate and unusually gently laying her back on her back. Her voice was tired and weak. You should rest. Haruno looked terrible, her pink hair was tangled, the dirt on her face was mixed with scratches and sweat, and a fresh bruise was turning purple on her cheek. Sakura was trembling, there were shadows under her eyes, but it only took a couple of seconds for Yoko to realize that she was simply exhausted. No, everything is okay. I'll feel better now. How much time has passed? The girl asked weakly, dispersing the Kyuubi's chakra throughout her body. The wounds on the body began to instantly heal, and fatigue began to disappear. About 8 o'clock somewhere, Haruno answered. Fine. You should get some sleep. I can handle it myself for now. Sakura wanted to object, but didn't dare. Instead, she lay down on the ground not far from the unconscious Sasuke and closed her eyes, immediately falling asleep. Naruko rose to her feet and leaned her hand on a tree in order to stop the trembling in her knees. But Yoko took out several small scrolls from her hip pouch and opened them. With a quiet pop, bottles of water, rags, ointments, bandages, blankets, and mattresses appeared on the ground. Sighing heavily, Naruko began to wet the towels with water. First she rubbed Sasuke's face and neck, removing all the sweat and dirt. Then she did the same with Sakura, who didn't even move in her sleep. Then, taking clean towels, the girl wet them again and put them on the foreheads of her teammates. Both of them began to have a fever, and Yoko really didn't want them to get sick right during the exam. Then she dragged the guys onto the mattresses so that they could sleep more softly, and opened a tube of ointment. First, Yoko treated Sasuke's face, then his knees, which he had previously wiped with a damp towel, and his arms and stomach, on which a large bruise was visible. After Orochimaru's bite, only 2 small spots remained on his neck, which promised to heal soon. There was no hint of a cursed seal. Afterwards, Naruko did the same with Haruno, who had much fewer injuries than the Uchiha. The only thing that the girl had to pay special attention to was the bruise on her cheek. When the teammates were treated and bandaged, Yoko took care of herself. Her scarlet hair had become dull from the dirt, and the girl, having somehow quickly wiped it with new damp towels, was more or less satisfied, promising herself that she would wash it as soon as the opportunity arose. Suddenly the Uchiha let out a pitiful groan, and Naruko jerked towards him, pressing her cool palm to his burning cheek. The boy did not wake up, but after a pleasant contact with something cold, he smiled a little, which is why Yoko blushed a little. Sasuke was handsome. Suddenly she felt strange echoes of someone else's chakra. Twitching, Yoko removed her palm from the Uchiha's face and approached the exit from their hiding place. Sakura managed to find a wonderful place under the roots of some tree. But Yoko, realizing that the enemy was approaching, took out a new scroll and unfolded it, folding the seals. A string of black hieroglyphs spread throughout the cave, forming a barrier that would never let anyone stranger into their shelter. Then the girl came out into the world. The sun was setting, and the light evening breeze pleasantly refreshed the head. Finally, 3 genin appeared in front of her. Judging by their no protectors, Yoko realized that they were from the land of sound, which meant that they were somehow related to Orochimaru. The girl frowned. Did this snake send his pawns here to finish off her and Sasuke? Or did you want to check the condition of their seals? Wake up, Sasuke, said the one standing in the middle. His head was bandaged so that only his left eye remained open. The guy walked hunched over, and on his back hung the skin of some large animal. Orochimaru sent it? She asked sternly. But Yoko Naruko, right? Well, we need to kill you too. The only girl on their team narrowed her eyes angrily, straightening her gray-violet scarf. Well, take a risk. The third in their team, with spiky black hair and a sweater with 3 characters for death depicted on it, raised his hands towards no Yoko. A powerful stream of chakra burst out of his palms, designed to blow the girl far away, but she, firmly glued to the ground with her sawls, jumped to the side, forming 4 seals and sending strong electrical discharges at her enemies, which indiscriminately hit the soil in the area of 30 meters. The 2 behind managed to dodge, but the one who attacked the girl did not. His body convulsed several times, and then he collapsed, losing consciousness. Kin threw senbons, with bells tied to them at no Yoko, but Naruko easily dodged the attack. She made new seals when she suddenly realized that she could not move. The subtle, unobtrusive melody emanating from the bells was hypnotizing. Dosu took advantage of the moment's confusion, extending his hand with amplifiers on it to the side. Naruko screamed, falling to her knees. The sound was so loud and disgusting that she felt like her eardrums were about to burst. She raised her hands to her ears, trying to cover her ears, but her hands did not obey Naruko. Trembling slightly, these were the consequences of that girl's genjutsu. Suddenly, as the sound of Dosu's attack died down, Kin appeared behind Yoko, grabbing the girl by the hair. How long? It's worse for you, she hissed disgustedly. Naruko flashed her 2 scarlet eyes angrily, driving the Kyuubi's chakra through the channels. The weakness disappeared, which she took advantage of. The girl grabbed a kunai from her pouch and slashed at her hair, cutting it off. The scarlet strands in Kin's hands turned white, deprived of the influx of chakra. The kunoichi was surprised, confused for a second, and Naruko took advantage of this, cutting off her opponent's legs and striking her in the face with a swing. Painfully touching the top of her head, Tsuchi lost consciousness. Now you, Yoko narrowed her eyes. Dosu only grunted at this remark, taking out a smoke bomb from somewhere in his sleeve and throwing it on the ground. The vision became foggy, but the girl continued to feel the enemy's chakra. She, understanding what Kinyudo was trying to achieve, jumped up to Zack and, crouching down, unfastened his hip bag, taking out the earth scroll. As soon as the girl stepped aside, Dosu, unaware of anything like this, picked up the bodies of his lifeless teammates. When the smoke cleared, Naruko straightened up and looked around. The bodies of the genin were gone, and Dosu, apparently, chose to run away. But she didn't really care. The earth scroll was hidden behind the roots of the trees. Touching the remaining short strands of hair, Naruko sighed heavily, releasing Kurama's chakra through them. In 12 hours, Yoko's hair, which served as an additional storehouse of chakra, should have grown back and become saturated with strength. She returned back to her hiding place. Sakura was sleeping, and Sasuke, clearly awakened by the noise from the street, looked around sleepily, trying to get up. How are you? Naruko inquired, sitting down next to the Uchiha and removing a damp rag from his forehead. How's your neck? I removed the mark. Your hair. What happened to it? The boy asked in response, raising his hand and passing short strands of scarlet hair between his fingers. They will grow back very soon. In the meantime, rest. In the morning we will have to move out already. It is dangerous to linger in one place. The Uchiha nodded, going back to bed, but not falling asleep, but out of the corner of his eye watching Naruko, who changed the towel for Sakura, and then again ran the ointment over the bruise on the girl's cheek. A sleepless night awaited her, but after that they could immediately head to the tower, without burdening themselves with searching for scrolls. The only thing we had to do was find a river along the way and wash ourselves. But Yoko just knew where it was. The third stage will begin soon, the Hokage said leisurely and, looking around at the silent participants, continued, but before explaining, there is one thing I would like to tell you. About the true goals of the exam. True goals? Confused cries were heard. Naruko sighed. Of course, she knew about these true goals, but the rest of the genin did not. Yes. The true purpose of the exam is not just to become a chunin, but also to unite the allied countries. Neighboring countries have fought with each other more than once. In order to avoid wars and clashes between shinobi, the feudal lords and kage of the villages decided to prove the strength of the village by holding a joint chunin exam. You young genin fight each other, representing the strength of your village. And your victories are the victories of your village. An excited whisper passed through the hall. The third waited until the noise died down. Only those who are worthy of the title of chunin take this exam, and here you fight for your village. But why did you say that this should improve relations? Sakura asked in bewilderment, to whom all this seemed stupid. But Yoko glanced briefly at her teammate, realizing that she was simply scared. Haruno, Naruko believed, was not ready for the life of a shinobi. For her, it seemed like some kind of game, and even what happened in the Land of Waves did not convince the girl. I told you at the beginning, don't get me wrong. The custom of life and death combat maintains balance in the shinobi world. That, and good relations between the ninjas. This is a mortal battle of your dreams, and the honor of the village, the Hokage calmly said. I don't care, someone's cold and emotionless voice was heard, and Naruko recognized its owner as Gaara. Give us the details of this life or death exam. I'll start explaining the third stage, but, the Hokage's speech was interrupted by a jonin who appeared in a puff of smoke, and Naruko, with some joy, recognized him as her old friend, whom she had not seen for several months. He had been given a very long mission outside of Konoha. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, said the jounin, who knelt on one knee before the Hokage. I, Gekko Heiate, am the judge. I'll explain everything. Please, nodded the third, stepping back and giving the floor to the newcomer. Nice to meet you. Before the third stage. I want you to do something, the judge coughed. Preliminary battles await you to advance to the main battles of the third stage. Preliminary battles? Contractions? What does it mean? The same blonde with bangs over one eye, whose name Naruko had already forgotten, asked indignantly. Why can't we start the third stage, with all the remaining participants? Kiba asked, and his dog, Akamaru, supported his owner with an indignant yelp. The fact is that too many participants passed. According to the rules, we must reduce the number of participants before the third stage, Gekko shrugged, showing with all his appearance that he had nothing to do with it. As Hokage-sama mentioned, there will be many guests at the third stage, so, the judge began coughing again, breaking off mid-sentence, and then continued, we cannot hold many fights. We are also limited by time. Those who are feeling unwell, the sensei's speech was again interrupted by a cough. Excited whispers were heard. Naruko didn't like Heiate's condition, as it was obvious that not only did he have a bad cold, but he also couldn't sleep well. If you want to leave after explanations, please let me know. Preliminary matches will begin immediately. Oh, I forgot to mention, you will have one-on-one fights for elimination. If someone from the team wants to leave, the whole team will not be kicked out. Only him, he continued, ignoring the indignation of the participants. There was a tense silence. Sakura, standing in front of Naruko, turned to her teammates. But Yoko made it clear with gestures that everything was fine with her and Sasuke. After the destruction of Orochimaru's seal, they were very exhausted, but now their chakra was almost completely restored, and the pain in their muscles had gone away. Only sometimes their necks would shoot when they turned carelessly or too sharply head. Sasuke also nodded his head, saying everything was fine, and sighed calmly. He had no intention of leaving, and neither did Naruko. They weren't sure about Sakura, but she seemed in no hurry to raise her hand either. And in general, no one wanted to drop out. And then, as if in contrast to Yoko's thought that everyone seemed to be staying, Kabuto raised his hand, expressing a desire to leave. He talked about how tired he was, that he didn't have enough chakra, and that he wasn't able to fight at all, but Naruko could clearly see that he was lying. Yakushi looked quite healthy, with no serious injuries, only a couple of scratches. However, she did not become indignant. The examiner just nodded and, after waiting a couple more minutes, asked the genin again if they wanted to leave. Having received confident looks in response, Hayate announced the start of the qualifying battles. Fine. Very good, Gecko muttered and coughed. Participants will be selected using an electronic scoreboard. He pointed to the wall where this very scoreboard hung. Moment. It displayed Uchiha Sasuke vs Akato Yoroi. Great! Sasuke and Akato remain here, and I ask the rest to go up to the balconies in order to watch the continuation of the battles from there. Good luck, Naruko whispered to Uchiha, and goosebumps ran down his neck. The girl, noticing this reaction, grinned, just like a fox, and hurried to go upstairs. After the fight was announced, Sasuke instantly activated his Sharingan with two Tomo, and his opponent took up a fighting position. Akato threw a kunai at the Uchiha, but missed, as the Sharingan bearer took a step to the side, and the weapon flew next to his ear. From her seat, Naruko carefully gazed at Sasuke's back, realizing that he was now stronger than he was during the mission to the Land of Waves. Sharply approaching Yoroi, the Uchiha punched him in the chin and immediately felt chakra begin to leave his body. Akato flew back against the wall, but didn't look wounded, as if it wasn't he who had just broken through the concrete. Quickly rising to his feet, the shinobi ran at the Uchiha in a frontal attack, which was very stupid. The Uchiha dodged the blow and made a sharp sweep. But before the enemy could fall, Sasuke hit him in the jaw with all his might, causing him to fly up to the ceiling. The Uchiha created 3 clones and jumped into the air. The first clone sent Yoroi flying even higher with a powerful kick to the back. The second and third clones pushed the original so that it jumped above the enemy and hit him in the stomach with all his might. Akato flew down and broke the floor. He didn't move anymore. The fight is over. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke, Gecko announced. Sasuke nodded and turned to Naruko, catching her proud gaze. He walked towards the stands, jumping up onto the balcony and standing next to Yoko, who quietly praised him. But their idol was interrupted by Sakura and Ino, who vying with each other began to congratulate Sasuke and tell him how cool he is. Naruko would definitely roll her eyes, but suddenly she felt that someone was looking at her. Turning around, she saw a completely unpleasant woman who was the sensei of the sound team. She looked at Yoko and Sasuke as if they were prey. Naruko pursed her lips, releasing a bit of the Ninetales' murderously evil aura towards the woman. She winced and turned away. The girl definitely didn't like it. Naruko did not watch the following battles very carefully. Not singling out anyone. Firstly, she was hampered by the constant squabbles between Sakura and Ino, who simply could not decide which of the two would be with Sasuke. And secondly, she knew the strength of each of the genin from those secret documents that Itachi brought her. She just noted to herself that Shikamaru had confirmed his reputation as a brilliant strategist, and that he would most likely become a Chunin much faster than the same Aburame Shino, who defeated the enemy by blocking the holes in his hands with his beetles. When the duel between Sakura and Ino was announced, Naruko calmly exhaled, hoping that they would stop buzzing in her ear, but the hope turned out to be false. They transferred their conversations to the arena, walking in a circle for about 5 minutes, no less. I thought I was a calm person, but I swear one day I will strangle them both, Naruko whispered under her breath. I think about it every time I see one of them nearby, Sasuke agreed, sighing heavily. But Yoko burst out laughing, hiding her laugh behind a cough. But the Uchiha, obviously, understood her correctly and just shook his head, saying, "This is funny for you, but I have to live with it." It was so calm and good next to Sasuke that Naruko would not mind staying like that forever. She really liked their relationship now. They were not lovers, but they both had feelings for each other that they expressed not with loud screams, but with quiet actions and words. And also with glances in which special tenderness flew. As both Sakura and Ino collapsed, their teachers jumped down, picking up the girls' unconscious bodies and carrying them to the stands. As soon as the arena was cleared, the names on the scoreboard started spinning again and suddenly stopped. Next fight, Yoko Naruko vs Kiba Inuzuka, Hayate announced, clearing his throat. Good luck, Sasuke said, and Naruko nodded gratefully. It was nice that the Uchiha was worried about her, albeit unnecessarily. What? Kiba exclaimed in protest from his seat. I'm not going to fight the girl. Those are the rules, the examiner shrugged. Naruko jumped down, watching as the openly dissatisfied Inuzuka landed nearby. The puppy on his head barked unpleasantly, perceiving Yoko as a threat. The girl agreed with this. When the examiner gave the signal to begin, Kiba immediately threw shurikens at Yoko, which she dodged, deftly landing on her feet and immediately attacking Kiba with lightning speed. He barely managed to dodge the girl's katana, taking out a kunai and fighting back with it. However, the difference in skills was so great that the girl only needed 2 quick movements to knock the weapon out of Inuzuka's hands and knock him to the ground, putting the weapon to his throat. She was about to say that she had won, when she suddenly felt something grab her by her newly grown hair. The girl turned around sharply, seeing that the ends of scarlet hair were in the mouth of Kiba's puppy. Grabbing Akamaru by the scruff of the neck, she shook him and threw him towards Kiba, who deftly caught his pet. But you shouldn't be doing this. I won't let anyone touch Akamaru. Anger flared in his brown eyes, and he took out some kind of pill that he gave to the puppy. Akamaru swallowed it and immediately increased in size, reaching Kiba's chest. Now he looked like an adult dog who was growling angrily at the girl. Together, they rushed towards Yoko, attacking. Double piercing fang technique. Kiba said the name of the technique. Together with Akamaru, he spun around his axis at breakneck speed, sweeping away everything in his path and raising columns of dust. Naruko dodged the first 2 blows, and then the third and fourth. The destructive power of these 2 was great, but the girl knew that if she channeled chakra into her hands, she could easily leave this couple, which she did when both opponents flew up to the ceiling and fell on her with all their might. A cloud of dust rose, and the girl even heard Sakura's excited cry. The dust did not have time to settle when first Kiba flew out of it, followed by the pitifully yapping Akamaru. Finally, Naruko appeared without a scratch on her. She calmly brushed the dirt off her shoulder. Strength is not enough. Your attacks are so straightforward that the enemy, knowing their direction, can easily stop them. Learn to think with your head, she said. You bastard, Inuzuka hissed, standing up. After this technique, his whole body hurt, but he couldn't let some girl win. Naruko made the seals of a rat, a rabbit and a dog, taking in more air into her lungs and releasing it in small portions. She had to reduce the destructive power of the vacuum bullet technique, otherwise Kiba and his dog could simply say goodbye to life. The first bullets hit Inuzuka directly in the stomach and chest, the rest hit his legs, causing them to buckle. Kiba fell to his knees, wincing in pain, and Akamaru, realizing that he needed to help his owner, rushed at Naruko, trying to bite her. However, with a deft movement of her hand, the girl slammed the dog's mouth shut as he approached, and kicked him into the wall. The huge carcass hit it with a roar and fell to the floor. And then Yoko, in the blink of an eye, approached Inuzuka and knocked him out with a precise blow from the edge of her palm to the neck. Yoko Naruko won. Hayate announced. Naruko sheathed her katana and went upstairs, not wanting to watch the orderlies carry away their defeated opponents. Standing next to Sasuke and accepting congratulations from him and Kakashi, the girl faced Gaara's interested gaze. It didn't take a genius to figure out that he wanted to fight her. "That sand dog," Kurama snorted in his subconscious, and Naruko shrugged. "So, 2 of my team passed." "Not bad," Kakashi said, and Sakura lowered her gaze in shame. "Next time it will work," the sensei promised. "Yeah, just talk less and practice more next time," Naruko agreed, a hint of mockery flashing through her voice. Of course, this angered Haruno, and she began to yell at her teammate, but her screams were interrupted by the calm voice of Sasuke, who asked her to calm down. The girl instantly became silent. The next fight was between 2 kunoichi, Tenten and Dog no Temari. Tenten lost, since Temari was clearly stronger and more experienced than the gunsmith, and her wind release simply repelled all the weapons flying at her. Naruko especially liked the double rising dragon technique, and she wanted to learn it herself, because it is simply perfect against opponents like Tenten. In general, Temari was a fairly strong kunoichi who mastered wind techniques. Akimichi Choji only fought Kinyuta Dosu for a minute. At first the boy was a coward, but when his sensei promised him pork, he began to fight much more willingly. True, this did not help him, and quite quickly Dosu paralyzed him with his sound technique. Naruko, looking at this sound shinobi, felt a wild desire to punch him, but before that, find out from him about Orochimaru. While the girl did not have the opportunity to talk with the Hokage about the fact that this man was Orochimaru's subordinate, she knew that all the Jounin knew that a Sannin was somewhere nearby. The next fight was between Hinata and Niji. At first, Niji, Hinata's cousin, tried to persuade her to surrender, but Hinata did not give in to persuasion and began the battle first. No matter how much Naruko loved her friend, she understood that she had no chance against Niji. The boy was a genius, he was able to master a technique that only the main branch of the clan could master, and Hinata was simply no match for him. The outcome of the battle would have been clear even before it began. Hinata lost, since Niji inflicted severe wounds on her and practically stopped the chakra in the kunoichi's body. In the end, the examiner decided to end the battle. The next fight was between Dog no Kankuro and Tsurugi Misumi. The Kazakage's son turned out to be a puppet master, and Tsurugi, who Naruko had never seen before, used a rather interesting technique of mild body modification, which, however, did not help him. Kankuro turned out to be more cunning. The last battle was the most interesting and bloody. Dog no Gaara's opponent was Rock Lee from Guy's team. Lee managed to surprise everyone with his enormous speed and amazing taijutsu. Especially considering that he could do nothing else. Naruko closely followed the battle, for a moment even thinking that Lee would win, but in vain. Gaara turned out to be stronger and more bloodthirsty. He would have killed Rock if not for Guy, who saved his favorite student by breaking the rule and automatically putting Lee in a loss. But Yoko thought with some sadness that she could have become the same as Gaara if Kurama had not been her father. She was sure that the attitude towards the Jinchuriki in Suna was to blame. Fine. This is the end of the qualifiers. All winners, come down here and take leaves from this bag, Hayate said. The genin complied with his request, standing in line. First, Gekko approached Shikamaru, and he took out a piece of paper with the number 3. Dosu was next in 8th. Sasuke, who stood between him and Naruko, had number 9, but the girl had number 1, which meant that the exam would start with her. 4. Temari informed everyone of her number. Hayate handed the bag to Kankuro. He was 5th, and his brother, Gaara, was 7th. Next came Niji, who was 2nd. Naruko glanced at the boy quickly, realizing that they would face each other at the very beginning. Well, she didn't mind, because she just felt the need to kick someone's smug ass. The last one was Shino, who got a 6. His opponent was Kankuro. My number is 6, Shino said in his own manner. Great, Hayate nodded. At the 3rd stage, which will take place in 2 months. You will fight in this order: Hyuga Niji vs Yoko Naruko, Nara Shikamaru vs Dog no Temari, Aburame Shino vs Dog no Kankuro, Dog no Gaara vs Kinyuta Dosu, and Uchiha Sasuke with the winner of the duel between Dog Nogara and Kin Utadosu. But why is the third stage only in 2 months? Asked Kankuro, who was not tempted to linger in Konoha. Because a lot of people will come to the third stage. While we send out invitations, sell out tickets and other little things, 2 months will pass, during which you will train. You have already seen the approximate strength of your opponents, so these 2 months give you the opportunity to increase your capabilities, Gekko explained. I wish everyone good luck. Naruko sighed. 2 months of preparation have begun. When the intermediate battles ended, the genin were transported from the tower using special equipment back to the place from where they entered the Forest of Death. Everyone began to go home, since there was no longer any point in staying in front of the training ground. Naruko, Sasuke, stay a while. And you, Sakura, can go. Haruno nodded and, pouting slightly offendedly, walked away. Kakashi, as soon as the girl disappeared, led them and Sasuke with him to the Hokage's office. Naruko had already told her sensei about what happened in the Forest of Death and made a rather bold conclusion that Orochimaru was hunting for her and Sasuke. Hatake took the information seriously enough and passed it on to the Hokage, after which he received an order to report to his office. How dangerous can this be? The Uchiha asked as they walked. Orochimaru is very dangerous. He has experimented on people in the past. Some of them ended successfully, and some did not. I'm sure he wants your eyes, Sasuke, and the Nine Tails. It's clear. They walked further in complete silence. Naruko was accustomed to the feeling of danger. The fact that she was being hunted didn't seem like anything new to her. In the past, they tried to kidnap her or simply kill her several times. They were shinobi, both from foreign villages and from their own. They all suffered the same fate, they died by her hand. Kakashi led them to the Hokage's residence and knocked on the door, after which he opened it. In the office, in addition to the third, there were several jonin, among whom were both sensei of other teams familiar to Sasuke, and people unfamiliar to him. I brought them, Hatake announced briefly. The third nodded to him and, putting his hands on his chin, asked him to tell him about what happened. Naruko started, because she understood that Sasuke felt a little out of place. She briefly recounted the events of what happened to her when she moved away from the rest of the team, sensing a threat and deciding to eliminate it. Next, the Uchiha joined in, telling about what happened when Yoko left. The memory sent a chill down his spine. Orochimaru was nasty and slippery, capable of scaring even him. Then Naruko took the floor again. When the story was finished, the Hokage looked thoughtfully at the jounin, and then turned his gaze to the genin. If what these two say is true, then the situation could not be worse. The enemy was able to get into the village without us noticing, Ibiki said thoughtfully. It will be necessary to strengthen security at the border and hide these two somewhere. And also organize a mission to capture the team from Sound. In a couple of hours, I will call a meeting of the elders, at which it will be decided where we will send these two. Even if we catch the entire Sound team now, it's not a fact that Orochimaru won't bring new people here. As for you, he looked at the jounin, Kurenai, Asuma, Ebisu, the Sound genin are looking at you. Ibiki, Hayate, Kakashi, you have their sensei. There is a possibility that this is Orochimaru, so Shikaku, Guy, and Anko, be ready to help them at any time. It's clear? Yes. As for you, wait for orders. Your houses will be monitored so that Orochimaru cannot get to you undetected. If something goes wrong, Kakashi will give you seals. Activate them and you will be transported to a safe place. Yes, the genins responded. The Hokage waved his hand, dismissing everyone, and Kakashi, leading out his students, handed each a seal, ordering them to keep it with themselves, and then left. They'll sort this out quickly, but until then, I'd like to talk to you. Will you come and visit? Naruko asked. Sasuke nodded. He had no idea what his teammate wanted to tell him, but the idea of spending a little more time with her sounded very attractive, and so the boy followed Naruko, who felt some strange awkwardness for her. She was going to tell him about Itachi and what happened in the Uchiha clan 7 years ago. Is Sasuke ready for such information? Will he be able to accept it calmly, or will they fight? Naruko didn't know, but she hoped that he would be patient. At home, she took off her shoes and led Sasuke, who was looking around, into the kitchen, where she offered him tea. He didn't refuse, he just nodded gratefully and accepted the hot cup from someone else's hands. But Yoko placed a bowl with all sorts of snacks in the center of the table. "What did you want to talk about?" he asked, taking a sip of the hot drink. Instead of answering, the girl went to the bedside table standing against the wall, pulled out a drawer and folded several seals, revealing its true contents. Then she took the same envelope with Itachi's dossier and a copy of the order to destroy the Uchiha clan. After hesitating for a second, Naruko handed it to Sasuke. "I ask you to read it completely, and not throw it away as soon as you see it. This is secret information that concerns your clan." The Uchiha nodded, opening the envelope and taking out pieces of paper. Seeing his brother's face, he clenched his teeth, not understanding why the girl he liked decided to hit where it hurt. But Naruko, shaking her head, put her warm hand on his shoulder and squeezed him slightly, supporting him. Sasuke turned his gaze back to the dossier, reading it. He didn't discover anything new for himself there, he just became angrier with the girl. But she said in a soft voice to look at the next sheet. Putting the dossier aside, the Uchiha read the order number and raised his eyebrows, asking why he needed this. But the more he read, the gloomier his face became. Finally, Sasuke put the entire envelope aside and asked, coldly, with steel in his voice. "This is true? Who gave this order?" "Yes, it's true. The person who gave this order holds a special place in the Konoha government. His name is Shimura Danzo. He is the head of the Root ANBU. I hate him with all my heart and dream of killing him. He poisoned my childhood, and then he took on your clan. He did not believe in a peaceful solution to the problem and gave Itachi an order. I don't know whether the Hokage knows about him or not. But the fact remains, he is the one to blame for what happened to you. I will destroy him," the Uchiha hissed like a snake. "Not while you're weak. Danzo is strong, I can feel the Uchiha chakra in him. I'm afraid he didn't hesitate to somehow use the power of your clan. It's stupid to go against him now. I'm not sure we can defeat him now, but I know someone who can definitely defeat him," she said, wrapping her arms around Sasuke's neck and pressing herself against him from behind. The Uchiha leaned back slightly, lifting his head up and wanting to come into as much contact with Yoko as possible. She smiled softly but sadly, looking down at him. Naruko then carefully brushed away the excess hair from his forehead. "Who?" asked Sasuke. "Itachi. We agreed on everything with him. Sorry for going behind your back, but he was tired of living on the run and came to me for help. I promised that I would help him for your sake. I don't want you, not knowing the truth, to blindly chase after Itachi in an attempt to kill him and at the same time do a bunch of stupid things. I want to protect you, save you just like you saved me many years ago." "You remember," the Uchiha suddenly realized. "I never forgot," Naruko nodded. "I always remembered and was always grateful to you. I'm glad that you haven't forgotten about me either. I couldn't get you out of my head all those long years that we didn't see each other. I looked for you everywhere and didn't understand what was happening to me. I felt like a fool." "As well as now," Sasuke admitted. "You're not a fool. You are just a person who feels." With these words, Naruko leaned down and touched the Uchiha's lips with her lips. "We have to hide them," the third repeated, looking thoughtfully at the elders and Danzo. "You can give them both to the Root ANBU," Shimura suggested. "I think Danzo is right. In Root's ANBU, they have nothing to fear. Their very existence will essentially be erased," Koharu nodded, to which she received an annoyed look from the Sandaime. The third did not like this idea at all. He did not trust Danzo 100%, and judging by how persistently he wants to get the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails at his disposal, the consequences of this act will be irreparable. Hiruzen knew about the special seals that Danzo put on his subordinates, and about the training, during which they fought off all feelings, from banal joy to sadness. He didn't want Naruko to become like this. What good would she be if she felt nothing towards the village? No, you can't do that. The ANBU of Root will not protect them from Orochimaru. Your followers may be loyal to you, Danzo, but they can be attacked at any time, when they sleep, when they eat, when they are on a mission. Is it dangerous? They need to leave Konoha. And where do you want to put the weapons of the village and the last Uchiha? Hamura raised an eyebrow. She masters the summoning technique. What if we sent Naruko and Sasuke to their summoning animals? Suggested the Hokage, who had actually been thinking about this idea for a long time. If you send Yoko to the tigers, they will not only help improve her control of the Ninetales chakra, but also teach her new techniques. Moreover, tigers are responsible, therefore, if you persuade them, they will watch the Jinchuriki all day long and will not allow her to escape. And if something happens, they will instantly send a message to Konoha. Also, a big plus is the fact that a very small number of people knew how to summon tigers, and the likelihood that there were such people among Orochimaru's subordinates was extremely small. The idea isn't that bad. But then we need to send Haruno Sakura with them. Danzo nodded confidently, believing that it was necessary to send his man with Yoko. For what? Hamura asked, leaning forward a little. Sakura is the Jinchuriki's teammate and friend. This is immediately obvious. Those who want to kidnap Yoko will kidnap Haruno first. With its help it is easy to blackmail the Ninetales. It is likely that Yoko will be ready to give her own life in exchange for the life of her friend. Sounds reasonable, the Hokage agreed. Considering the fact that her mother is Uzumaki Kushina, the likelihood of this is high. Fine. Falcon, Raven, Bear, bring here Uchiha Sasuke, but Yoko Naruko, and Sakura Haruno. But let them still collect their things. The three ANBU nodded and disappeared, and Danzo, standing up from his seat and leaning on his cane, chuckled. Then I think the meeting is adjourned. With these words, he was the first to leave the Hokage's office, heading to his headquarters, simultaneously sending an impulse of Haruno's chakra so that it would be in place when he arrived. Surprisingly, Sakura quickly learned obedience and devotion. Shimura sometimes thought that this kunoichi was not as useless as he thought. Entering his office, hidden deep under the Hokage's residence, the man sat down at the table. All this time, Sakura sat on the floor on one knee, not daring to raise her head. First of all, I want to praise you for the qualifying tournament. You did a great job, he said. Yes, Sakura nodded. Her mission was quite simple, to monitor Yoko and Sasuke, and transmit all information about them directly to Shimura. More importantly, they had to get Naruko's DNA, and Sakura was just lucky that they were attacked by members of the Sound Team, and the girl had to cut off her gorgeous hair. Orochimaru is hunting for Yoko and Uchiha. You will all be sent to the world of summoned animals. This will be Orototego, the world of tigers. Immediately report any changes in her behavior or progress in skills. It is very important not to miss any details. Eat. Free. Sakura nodded and disappeared. Danzo chuckled. Everything went according to plan. When a familiar ANBU in a bear mask appeared in front of Naruko, she only nodded, realizing that the meeting of the elders had ended. The orders were quite clear. Pack your things and go to the Hokage residence. She, Sasuke, and Sakura are being sent to the world of summoned animals. The girl sighed and asked the ANBU to wait outside for her while she changed. He nodded and disappeared, but Naruko felt his presence on the branch of a nearby tree. She chuckled and began to pack her backpack, filling it mostly with all sorts of scrolls that held clothes and food. She thought about Sasuke, who was now getting ready just like her. His head was filled with worries about how he was feeling. After the new information that fell on him from that kiss, he behaved as usual, but the girl saw that an incomprehensible confusion froze at the bottom of his eyes. She took a deep breath and zipped up her backpack. She put on her sandals and left the house, but Yoko firmly locked the door and activated Fuinjutsu, which would hide the house from strangers and not allow them to get inside. The road to the residence did not take much time, but the girl was glad to find Sasuke there with the same backpack. He clearly arrived 15 minutes early, as did Yoko. The girl smiled slightly at this fact. "It looks like I'm not the only one who got ready so quickly," she said, distracting the Uchiha from her thoughts. Sasuke slightly raised the corners of his lips in greeting. "Where do you think you'll end up?" "I don't know," he answered honestly, "but I've always liked cats." "But I thought we'd all go to the tigers together, didn't we?" "Only I go there," Naruko shook her head. "You will end up in another place, either to those animals for which you are best suited, or to those with whom you have already entered into a contract. These are the rules of the conscription contract." Sasuke nodded, remembering the new information for him. He really didn't know who he would end up with, because he couldn't associate himself with any animal. But he knew that Itachi was calling on the ravens, and now with some part of his soul he hoped that he could be in their valley and, perhaps, they could arrange a meeting for him with his brother. Thanks to Naruko, he no longer felt burning hatred towards him. Now it was directed at the elders and a man named Danzo, but he wanted to hear the story of the destruction of the clan firsthand from Itachi himself. Sakura soon ran up to them, breaking the comfortable silence. All together they went to the roof of the residence as the Hokage ordered. The third and Kakashi were already there. Hatake waved to the guys in greeting. They nodded in response. "The safest place will be the world of conscripted animals. You should have already been told about this," began the third. "Naruko, Sasuke, my former student is hunting you, so Konoha needs to protect you. Sakura, you are their teammate. You can be used as bait, which is why you two will go to the recruiting animals. We'll all end up in the world of tigers, won't we?" asked Haruno. "No," the third shook his head. Sakura frowned, remembering Danzo's order. He said that they would all go to Orototego together, and now it turns out that they won't. Did Shimura know about this? Or is the problem that he never had a summoning animal? I know that Danzo summons Baku, however in my fanfiction he has not mastered this technique yet, and he is not aware of such subtleties of this technique. You must make 5 seals, dog, snake, bird, monkey, sheep, the Hokage continued. In every world where any summoned animals live, time most often flows slower than ours. While 2 months will pass here, a whole year may pass there. Until then, good luck. All three nodded, putting together the seals named by the Hokage. Kakashi gave the students a thumbs up, encouraging them. When they took turns biting their fingers until blood began to flow, and touched the floor, along which black ligatures of hieroglyphs immediately spread out, soft pops were heard. When the smoke cleared, the place where the genin stood was empty. Sasuke opened his eyes and grabbed his forehead with his hand. My head hurt terribly, everything was double before my eyes, my stomach was twisting. For a moment, the boy thought that he was going to vomit, but as soon as he stood without moving for a couple of minutes, the disgusting sensations passed. The Uchiha promised himself that from now on he would travel like this as little as possible. "Who are you?" A voice hissed very close to him, and Sasuke abruptly jumped to his feet, taking a kunai from his pouch and looking around. "Who are you?" he asked warily, realizing that the voice was coming from below. Looking down, the boy saw a small purple snake, which was examining the uninvited guest with some interest in its golden eyes. This look was hypnotizing, as was the smooth swaying of the animal, and Sasuke had to bite the inside of his cheek so as not to succumb to such an obvious genjutsu. "I'm asking who you are, boy," the snake hissed again, and Sasuke moved away from the snake in surprise. "Sasuke Uchiha," he introduced himself, realizing that he was in a den of snakes. The boy held back a disappointed sigh, he had hoped for ravens, like Itachi's. "Sasuke Uchiha?" the snake hissed, after which it sank to the ground and crawled somewhere. "My name is Aoda, Sasuke Uchiha. Follow me. I will take you to Hakujo-sanin. He will decide what to do with you." The boy nodded, putting the kunai in his pouch and walking after the reptile, which stood out for its color in the green grass. where Aoda was leading him and to whom, he did not know, and the name Hakujo Sanin was unfamiliar to him. But they soon came to a rocky area with a lot of tunnels. Aoda hissed at Sasuke to be careful and watch his step, and the boy, who was walking around large and deep holes, nodded. Here and there new snakes crawled out, and they were all of different sizes, some were very tiny, and some were 4 meters long, or even more. The Uchiha swallowed. Being strangled by such creatures is not much fun. Finally, they began to descend along some kind of gentle tunnel, deeper and deeper, until it ended in a wide cave. A huge white snake appeared in front of Sasuke. His body was adorned with 2 gold bracelets, and on his head was a black turban with a red gem. The boy immediately guessed that it was the same Hakujo Sanin. The Uchiha bowed as a sign of respect, catching satisfaction in the snake's yellow eyes. "Who are you, and how did you get to Ryakudo?" he asked. His voice was so loud that even the floor vibrated. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I'm from Konoha. I used the summoning technique and ended up here," the Uchiha answered respectfully. "I have a request from the head of our village for my stay here." "So, Uchiha Sasuke?" Unlike Aoda, Hakujo Sanin did not have the habit of drawing the letters S and W. "Show me this petition." The boy nodded, taking off his backpack and taking out the scroll the Hokage had given them. Aoda immediately intercepted the scroll and read it loudly. The gist of what was written was that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was in danger, an old enemy of the village was hunting for her. In order to protect the Jinchuriki, it was decided to send her teammates along with herself to the world of summoned animals for 2 months. The Hokage himself humbly asks to shelter team number 7 for this time and maybe even take them on as students. The old snake began to think when Aoda finished reading, and the Uchiha did not dare to interrupt his thoughts, realizing that to some extent his life depended on the decision of the Sanin. "You are from a legendary clan. You have strong blood," said Hakuja. "I accept you, but be prepared for the fact that your training will be incredibly exhausting." "Thank you," Sasuke bowed deeply, thinking that he would somehow survive 2 months of exhausting training. "Aoda, he's on you." "Oh yes, time flows differently in this world. One day there is equal to 2 weeks here." The Uchiha mentally counted the days, realizing with a certain chill in his soul that it would take a little more than 2 years. "I felt somehow uneasy." The first thing Sakura felt was that all her muscles were very stiff and now hurt terribly. Opening her eyes, she felt with some disgust something sticky around her neck, on her mouth, and on her hands. It was as dark as night all around. Suddenly there was a loud clicking sound, and the girl suddenly felt something long and furry grab her by the waist, tearing her off the ground. Sakura hung upside down in the air. If Haruno's mouth had not been closed, she would have screamed in horror. Floundering and trying to escape, the mortally frightened Kunoichi heard another click, and then saw a thin and furry something very close by. Unfortunately, the darkness did not allow her to see this creature, but 4 pairs of dimly glowing eyes forever left an imprint on her soul. Hanging upside down, she began to peer into what was happening, realizing that this creature was walking on 6 huge furry legs, while its 2 front paws held Sakura tightly. There were 8 legs in total. The girl felt bad. She guessed what kind of monsters they were, but did not want to believe that she had ended up with them. Suddenly, all the nightmares were no longer just nightmares, but became reality. Spiders. But not the little ones she kicked around at home. Not at all. These were creatures the size of a good horse. These monsters were moving somewhere deep into a strange building, where practically not a single ray of light penetrated. The air smelled of dust and age. Finally, the monster got out of the building, and Haruno's eyes were cut by a bright light. When she got used to it, she discovered with horror that there was a whole sea of these spiders around. They were of all sizes, but all equally vile, 8-eyed, 8-legged, black and furry. The brute who was carrying Sakura climbed down the dew-damp slope and walked towards the ghostly silver dome woven from cobwebs. He was accompanied by his furry-legged relatives, excitedly clicking their mandibles at the sight of their prey. Haruno had no idea how long she was in the clutches of the monster, but soon the creature stopped. Turning her head, Sakura was able to see what was inside the dome, and it would have been better if she hadn't. Huge spiders were hanging on its walls, as well as cocoons, which apparently contained their already dead prey. Suddenly the spider released Haruno from its grip and she fell to the sticky floor. A new wave of fear and disgust washed over her. It suddenly dawned on Sakura that the spider that had thrown her was saying something. But it's difficult to make out what. His jaws clanged too loudly. Chiputa-san. Chiputa-san. The creature called. What happened? A female voice creaked displeasedly, and a huge spider descended from a huge web. It was twice as large as the spider that Haruno was carrying, and the girl felt her veins tremble with fear. We have uninvited guests here. Everything inside Sakura went cold. I love uninvited guests. Especially their delicious meat, said Chaputa, moving along the web towards the girl, who was breathing in fear. So this is how she will die? Haruno bit her tongue. No way. You can't eat me, she exclaimed, wondering where she got so much courage from. And why, girl, Chiputa-san sang, standing right in front of the uninvited guest. She was having fun. I was sent here by the head of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sakura answered. I have a request from the Hokage with me. Hokage? How interesting. If only I cared about ordinary human villages. This is a ninja village. Please read the petition. The spider thoughtfully clanged her mandibles, and then ordered Sakura to untie her hands. Having gotten rid of the cobwebs, the girl, trembling like an aspen leaf in the wind, took out a petition from her backpack, which Chaputa instantly read. Is the Jinchuriki of the Ninetails your friend? Asked the spider. Fearfully opening her eyes, the kunoichi noticed how some spiders were retreating back, hurrying to hide somewhere, and Chaputa herself was barely noticeably trembling. Haruno opened her mouth in surprise. Were they afraid of the Kyuubi? Sakura clenched her hands into fists. This was her chance. Full of determination, Haruno nodded. This is bad. This is very bad. How close are you? The spider became worried. She's my best friend, Haruno instantly lied, realizing that only a lie would save her. If something happens to me, she will avenge me. Chaputa snapped her mandibles, independently untangling Sakura from the web and carefully placing her on the floor. The girl, trying to hide her panic, confidently looked at the monster in front of her. You will stay with us, the spider nodded, stepping back. I will fulfill the Hokage's request, but never, do you hear? Never bring the Kyuubi or his Jinchuriki here. Sakura nodded. Take care of her and just dare to harm her in any way. From this day until the time comes to leave here, this girl will live with us in Dokutsusbata. With these words she disappeared. Haruno's legs gave way from relief. But Yoko moved to Ortotego without any incident. Having met Chihiro on the way to Yamaru, the girl happily threw herself on her neck, tugging at the tigress behind the ear. Hello, Naruko. Decided to visit old friends? She purred. But of course, the girl smiled, but immediately became more serious. I need to see Yamaru-san. Urgent business? Asked the tigress. Very, Naruko nodded. Chihiro led her along the usual route to Yamaru's cave. He, as always, sat on his mat, occasionally wagging his tail from side to side. But Yoko bowed to the old tiger as a sign of respect and handed him a scroll from the Hokage. When Chihiro read its contents to the entire cave, Yamaru moved his mustache. Of course you can stay. We will teach you everything we know ourselves, the tiger nodded. Your training will take about 2 years, but when you finish it, you will become much stronger. We might even be able to find a way to help you control the Kyuubi's chakra. Is it true? The girl was happy. But 2 years is too long. I only have 2 months. Don't be afraid, the tiger snorted. Time flows differently here. By the time 2 months pass there, you will spend 2 years here. But Yoko smiled gratefully. If so, then she doesn't mind at all. True, she will miss Hinata and Sasuke. Well, where are they? Shikamaru yawned. The huge arena was crowded with people, pushing their way to their seats. The 2 months given to the genin to restore and increase their strength flew by in an instant. At least for Nara, who did nothing but look at the clouds and play shogi with his father. Almost all the participants were here. The only thing missing was Naruko and Sasuke, who were missing somewhere. However, Sakura was also absent, although Shikamaru thought that she would come to support the Uchiha. So, it's time to start, Shiranui Genma announced loudly. Following the mysterious disappearance of Height Gecko, the Hokage ordered Genma to conduct the official third stage. First fight. But Yoko Naruko is against Niji Hyuga, he announced. Hyuga entered the arena, and from the opposite side of the stadium, a girl of about 16 with scarlet hair that reached her knees jumped out. Shikamaru, with some surprise, recognized her as Naruko, only she had matured a couple of years. She changed her outfit to a short red and black dress that suited her very well. Her arms were hidden by wide sleeves that shimmered in waves. The Konoha protector was tied at the waist, emphasizing the waist. There were black tights on her thin legs. Naruko had changed, she became taller and more mature, but it was still the same Naruko with stripes on her cheeks and multicolored eyes. Let's start, said Genma, immediately leaving. I don't know what happened to you, but you'll still lose, Hyuga chuckled, getting into a fighting stance. I don't think so, Yoko shook her head. A feeling of excitement took over her, literally making her blood boil in her veins. Niji activated his Byakugan and pulled out a kunai, while Naruko unsheathed her beloved katana. They engaged in close combat, metal clashing against metal. At some point, Yoko, making a deceptive lunge, grabbed Hyuga's hand with her right hand and, using all her strength, applying chakra, threw him against the wall. There were cracks along it. Hyuga, spitting blood, climbed out, shaking off the stone chips and again approaching Naruko. Niji was a close-range fighter, and this was to her advantage. She threw several kunai at him, expecting him to defend himself with a katen. This is what happened, but Yoko moved behind the young man in Shunshin as soon as he stopped the technique, and powerfully hit the center of the back with her elbows. The guy screamed and took several hasty steps forward, closing one eye in pain. But, clenching his hands tightly into fists, Niji concentrated chakra in them, which began to become visible, taking the form of lion heads. But Yoko raised an eyebrow, realizing that it was better not to face this attack, and therefore began to dodge. The body acted on reflexes, and the girl, avoiding such an obvious trip, jumped up, leaning one hand on Hyuga's head. Turning over in the air, Naruko hit her opponent with her heel in the same place as half a minute ago. And then, landing completely like a cat, she turned sharply, extending her leg and tripping Hyuga. He fell, but quickly rolled, avoiding the katana blade, but that's exactly what the girl needed. Having closed the seals, she fired small projectiles of tightly compressed air at him. From this position, Niji was barely able to dodge them. Standing on his feet, Hyuga extended his left arm forward and brought his right back, bending his knees. But Yoko jumped aside, realizing that they wanted to use the 8 trigrams technique against her, cutting off all chakra flows. Hyuga suddenly approached the girl. She, according to Hinata's stories, knew that for a Byakugan user the whole world slows down at the moment of using this technique, and therefore Yoko had to be faster than she is now. Naruko narrowed her eyes. Lighter than easy. She deftly jumped to the side, concentrating chakra in her salls, and jumped around the arena like a hare, eluding the attacks of Niji, who began to get more and more angry. At some point, Yoko intercepted the hand attacking her and, slipping from below, slammed her fist into the young man's stomach. He flew into the air, and Naruko, reaching him in one jump, hit her opponent in the neck with the edge of her palm. He passed out, falling to the ground with a roar. Silence reigned. Winner, but Yoko Naruko, the examiner announced, motioning with his hands for the orderlies to take the unconscious Niji from the arena. Next fight, Shikamaru Nara vs Sabaku no Temari. Shikamaru, muttering something about problematic, went downstairs, followed by the kunoichi from sand. Naruko met them as she stood up and nodded in greeting. Rising to the stands for the participants, she greeted Shino, looking for Sasuke, who, as it turned out, was not there. "You have changed with age," Aburame noted. "Yes," she nodded. "Do you happen to know where Sakura and Sasuke are?" "I don't know where the Uchiha is. However, the kunoichi who is on the same team with you is sitting next to Ino, who is on the team with Shikamaru," Shino answered, his darkened glasses flashing in the sun. "Your friend just arrived." "Thank you." But Yoko turned her gaze to the stands, where Aburame pointed. There, the girl immediately noticed Ino, and next to her, Sakura, who had grown her hair even longer and changed her clothes. Now, instead of the usual pink dress, she was wearing a light pink blouse, a short skirt with leggings underneath, and a short white coat with flowers at the hem. Naruko also noticed a spider tattoo on her teammate's neck, which immediately spoke of her summoned animals. The girl held back a smile. In the past, Kurama had ruined the spiders' lives, which is why now they simply couldn't stand him. Sasuke was nowhere to be found, which upset the girl. "Winner, Dog no Temari," Genma suddenly announced, and Naruko, not looking at the fight, turned to the arena, realizing that Nara had simply given up. Next fight, Aburame Shino vs Sabaku no Kankuro. The second named frowned and raised his hand. "I give up," he shouted. "Exactly?" Shiranui asked. "Yes," responded Sabaku. "Fine. Then the winner of the third fight, Aburame Shino. Last fight of the top 8, Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaku no Gaara." Naruko chuckled, even somehow quickly. "This means that in the next round she will fight against Temari, and Shino will either fight against Sasuke or Gaara." But Yoko, who did not doubt either herself or the Uchiha one bit, realized with a certain amount of sadness that in the finals only she and Sasuke would remain. Fighting against someone you care about and who cares about you is difficult. Meanwhile, Gaara came down from the stands and stood next to the examiner. Sasuke was nowhere to be found, and Naruko clenched her hand into a fist, furrowing her brow. "Where is he?" she whispered, when she suddenly felt a familiar smell next to her. After her stay in Orototego, all her 5 senses had improved. But Yoko felt Sasuke's warm palm on her shoulder and, smiling, turned to him. He grew up, surpassed her in height and stood a full head taller. Naruko felt her heart skip a beat, and tenderness filled her to the brim. Sasuke, so dear Sasuke, was finally there. She couldn't even imagine how much she had missed him over 2 long years. His hair softly framed the Uchiha's prettier face. On the top of his head they remained the same short, but the front strands grew longer, and bangs also appeared, which suited him very well, as Naruko noted. Sasuke himself was wearing a gray shirt with short sleeves, a high collar and a zipper in the middle. There were black bracers on his hands. "You are very beautiful," he said quietly. His voice lost its former childishness and acquired a slight hoarseness and some kind of bassiness. "We'll talk a little later, okay?" Naruko nodded slowly, feeling her cheeks turn red, and Sasuke, smiling slightly, disappeared to appear in front of Gaara the next second. Many girls whispered in embarrassment when they saw him, and Sakura, as Yoko noticed, generally jumped on the spot. "So, Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaku no Gaara," Genma repeated. "Let's start." Both shinobi got into a fighting position. Sasuke, instantly activating his Sharingan, rushed at Gaara with all his considerable speed, taking out the Kusanagi blade, which Hakujo Sannin had given him, from its sheath. Holding the blade in one hand, the Uchiha deftly maneuvered, dodging sand attacks and delivering his own blows. The lightning chakra fired at the blade caused Gaara's defenses to crack and crumble. The Uchiha jumped to the side, making seals with one hand and breathing out a huge ball of fire. Naruko froze in amazement. He had learned such a complex technique, it was simply amazing. Dodging the sandy palm with which Sabaku responded to the flame, the Uchiha in less than a second approached the gap that had appeared in the defense and scratched Gaara's cheek with the end of Kusanagi, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise and jerk to the side. The boy spread his arms, and the sand, obeying his whim, in the blink of an eye formed a dense ball around the Jinchuriki, above which a brown eye hung in the air. Sasuke frowned for a second, realizing that his main task now was to smoke out Gaara. Having electrified Kusanagi again, the Uchiha jumped up and, landing next to the ball, hit it with all his might. A crunch was heard and a small piece of hard sand fell, giving the Uchiha a view of what was happening inside. Something strange, but wild, was moving in the darkness. Taking a closer look, the Sharingan bearer involuntarily took a step back. Everyone stared at him in surprise, when suddenly someone's roar was heard, and the sand ball collapsing into an impenetrable wall of sand. Before he could fall to the ground, white feathers began to fall from the sky. The people in the stands began to yawn sleepily, passing out in the blink of an eye. Kai! The cry of several shinobi was heard. Naruko jumped up, turning to Sakura and Ino. The first one woke up, but the second one did not. Squinting, Yoko threw shurikens behind her two friends. They flinched and turned around. The weapon hit the sand shinobi directly in the stomachs. Naruko quickly moved towards Yamanako and Haruno. "This is an attack," she said briefly, taking out a katana and sharply skewering two cenobites on it. Sakura, realizing that there was a smell of something fried when new opponents drew attention to them, made several seals and spat out a strong web at three more, which did not allow them to move. But Yoko, without hesitation, killed them. "Why?" Sakura whispered, looking at the bodies of the dead shinobi and not understanding the reasons for such unjustified, in her opinion, cruelty. "They attacked our village, and therefore deserve to die," Naruko answered her coldly and looked at the place where Gaara and Sasuke were fighting. "Both are missing." But Yoko landed next to Kakashi, who, raising his protector, opened his left eye, in which the Sharingan burned scarlet. The girl frowned. If the teacher activated his dojutsu, then things could not get worse. "Most likely, the third Hokage is now fighting with Orochimaru," Hatake said. "Where are Sasuke and Gaara?" "Disappeared," Naruko reported briefly. "I suspect that Gaara began to turn into Shikaku and ran away, and Sasuke chased after him." "What? To Shikaku?" Sakura whispered in shock. "He is a Jinchuriki. The One Tail is imprisoned in it," Yoko explained and again turned her gaze to her mentor. "Gaara's teammates also disappeared. Most likely they went after him." Kakashi was silent for a second, thinking about the situation. "Naruko, Sakura, go after him. It is unknown what could happen there." "Shikamaru," he turned to the genin approaching them. "Go with them." "What? But this is so problematic." The boy sighed, but under Kakashi's stern gaze, he fell silent. But Yoko nodded, opening the scroll and, having made the seals, launched chakra through it. Somewhere in the distance, the exact same scroll glowed white, notifying Itachi that it was time to act. He and the Uchiha had a plan for a long time. Naruko guesses the perfect moment to attack Danzo, and notifies Itachi about this. The same one deals with him, freeing Konoha from the root. Sakura looked strangely sideways at Yoko's manipulations, but remained silent, for which the girl was grateful to her. There wasn't enough time to waste on empty excuses. So, they took off and rushed after Sasuke. Naruko, inhaling more air, concentrated, feeling how natural chakra filled her body. The stripes on her cheeks became sharper, more reminiscent of tiger whiskers, and her nails lengthened, becoming razor sharp. She finally felt a trace of Sasuke's chakra and the team from Suna, and therefore, with a wave of her hand, she became the leader. She sensed that a new character had joined the procession, Shino Aburame. Shino and Kankuro then stopped while Gaara, Sasuke, and Temari continued their move. Naruko jumped back sharply, dodging a stray kunai thrown by Sabaku no, and frowned slightly. Kankuro was clearly more experienced than Shino. So there was a high probability that Aburame, despite all his miracle bugs, would lose. But I didn't want that. Shikamaru, stay and help Shino, Yoko ordered briefly. Naruko, sighing heavily, separated from their small group, rushing to where the opponent's chakra came from. She and Sakura continued on their way, but only a couple of minutes passed when both felt that Sasuke had caught up with Temari and Gaara, and the latter rushed forward, while a fight broke out between the Uchiha and the older dog. Naruko knew in advance who would win, because she believed in Sasuke and his strength, but she understood that the Uchiha wanted to deal not with Temari, but with her younger brother, which she could not allow. She would clearly try to slow down Sasuke as much as possible so that Gaara managed to transform and attack Konoha. Sakura, deal with Temari, Yoko finally said, having figured out how to get out of this situation. I need to calm Gaara down. Haruno nodded happily, thinking that she would fight side by side with her lover, and quickly separated from Naruko. The girl rolled her eyes at this, because within a couple of moments after Sakura was in place, Sasuke left her, joining Naruko. Hello again, he said. Yes. We need to seal Shikaku back into Gaara. I think the seal of the 5 elements will work. The Uchiha glanced at his teammate, but remained silent. He himself did not know what kind of seal it was, but he was sure that Yoko could use it. Quite quickly, they caught up with Gaara, and Naruko resisted the urge to make a grimace of disgust. The poor boy fell deeper and deeper into madness. His right hand turned into Shikaku's paw. The bottle in which Sabako kept his sand cracked and almost completely broke. Sasuke threw a kunai towards the Jinchuriki, forcing him to turn around and slow down. Naruko frowned. Not only was Gaara's right arm transformed into Shikaku's paw, but the right side of his face was also shaped like the one-tail snout. Saliva was flowing from the mouth, and in the eyes it was with great difficulty that notes of rationality could be found. You're on the right, and I'm on the left, the girl said, jumping up and attacking Gaara from the left side. She took out her blade and swung it at a wall of sand that appeared out of nowhere, which instantly transformed into a paw and tried to hit her. But Yoko deftly dodged, concentrating chakra in her katana and thereby cutting off the fingers of the sandy paw. Glancing at the Uchiha for a second, she saw that his Kusanagi was sparkling with lightning. Deciding not to lag behind her friend, Yoko jumped into the air and lunged as if she wanted to cut her enemy in half, and she quietly created a clone. The trick worked and Gaara threw some of the sand up, reflecting such an obvious blow. Meanwhile, the clone appeared right under the dog's nose and hit him in the chin. The boy, who clearly did not expect this, flew to the side, slamming his back into a tree trunk. You did well, Sasuke praised the girl, and she nodded in response, slowly rejoicing. Roaring like an animal, Gaara made a couple of seals with trembling fingers, after which he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Naruko tensed, jumping as far away from her opponent as possible and shouting at Sasuke not to dare approach him just yet. The young man looked at his teammate with a strange look, not understanding the reasons for her strange behavior, but trusted her. In an instant, the dog's body began to change, huge paws appeared instead of legs, a long needle-like tail grew behind him, and his face finally turned into the ugly muzzle of a beast. He was huge, towering over the trees and growling angrily. So many years have passed, but he hasn't changed a bit, Kurama chuckled in Naruko's subconscious. How to remove it? Seal? Asked the kunoichi. It's enough just to wake up the Jinchuriki. Do you see it sticking out from the top of your head? She briefly conveyed the information she had received from her father to Sasuke, and he nodded, instantly finding the place where Sabaku-no's unconscious body was sticking out. The Uchiha deftly dodged Shikaku's paw, rolling to the side and getting to his feet. The next moment he had to cover his eyes from the sand that rushed past, demolishing everything in the area. Sasuke staggered, jumping from the falling tree and jumping over to no Yoko. However, halfway there he was overtaken by sand that came out of nowhere, pressing him to a tree. The shinobi heard something crunch in his body, and the next moment pain pierced his chest. He gritted his teeth and a strong wave of chakra rushed from his body, destroying the sand vice. How are you? Naruko asked, landing next to her. It's normal, I just broke a rib, the Uchiha waved him off. But Yoko nodded, watching the young man heal himself using Irien Jutsu. And when did you first learn? The girl jumped out of her seat, distracting Shikaku and giving her partner time to recover. Concentrating her chakra in her legs, Naruko ran along the one-tail's hand, but he, sensing someone else's presence, tried to swat Yoko with his second paw, but she jumped to the side in time. It's too huge. Use my power, the fox roared in his subconscious. Naruko nodded. Kurama's chakra flowed through her channels, and the girl herself was engulfed in a golden glow. An image of a seal containing the 9 tails appeared on its stomach. Shikaku, sensing the chakra of an old acquaintance, growled in displeasure, fixing his golden eyes on his opponent. She chuckled, and the golden chakra around her began to increase in size, transforming into a huge translucent fox. Somewhere below, a pop was heard, and a huge purple snake appeared next to the fox, which, hissing, cursed Sasuke for such an untimely call. Naruko smiled slightly at the Uchiha, and they simultaneously took off. The snake, like a vine, wrapped itself around Shikaku, who could not make his body completely crumbly like sand, otherwise he risked falling. Meanwhile, Kurama grabbed onto the one-tail's shoulders, forcibly releasing his chakra through his body. The beast growled in displeasure, shaking its head and concentrating on getting out of the trap. Sasuke took advantage of this, jumping from the snake's head to his opponent's shoulder and reaching the unconscious Gaara. Gathering some chakra in his fist, the Uchiha hit the boy on the cheekbone, forcing him to open his eyes in shock. He finally woke up. After Gaara awakened, Ichibi began to return to his body until it finally disappeared. Then Sasuke recalled the snake, landing next to the dog. Naruko had already placed a cool palm on her former opponent's forehead, sending healing chakra into him. With the fingertips of her other hand, she touched Gaara's bare stomach, placing the seal of the 5 elements on it. The boy shuddered painfully. Okay, it's all over now. Your neighbor won't bother you anytime soon, the girl said. You're tired, so get some sleep for now. Your brother and sister will arrive soon. Thank you, Gaara whispered back, closing his eyes. This will sound a little crazy, but try to become friends with the one-tail. Then he will not only let you sleep peacefully, but you will also have a friend yourself. Trust me, friendship with a bijou is worth it. You have the 9 tails, right? He asked. Yeah, so mine will be stronger than yours, Naruko nodded. For now, go to sleep. Are you tired? Gaara obediently froze. His breathing evened out, and Yoko realized that he had finally gone to the world of dreams. She, removing her hand from the boy's forehead, turned to Sasuke standing next to her. Itachi is currently fighting against Danzo. What? The Uchiha straightened up abruptly, frowning. He wanted to ask for details or even go to his brother, but he was prevented by Sakura, who appeared out of nowhere. She, tearing off the stuck cobwebs from her skirt, burst into a wide smile at the sight of Sasuke and flew up to the guy, trying to hug him. However, the Uchiha himself dodged, and Yoko couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Haruno's stupid face. Naruko cleared her throat, drawing attention to herself and the Jinchuriki still lying at her feet. Sakura, Gaara's teammates, will arrive here soon. No need to make a scene, please. The Kunoichi muttered something angrily in response, saying, I know it perfectly well without you, and turned to the bushes, from which the beaten but alive Temari and Kankuro emerged. They were immediately dumbfounded at the sight of their losing brother, and were about to grab their weapons, but Sasuke raised his hands in a conciliatory manner, thereby saying that no one would start any fights with anyone. Help your brother, he said, and Kankuro and Temari nodded slowly. No Ichibi will threaten him in the near future, Naruko spoke. Try to act more friendly towards Gaara. He will need your support soon. It's time for us to return to Konoha. And, getting up, the girl walked past the Sabaku but family. Sasuke and Sakura silently followed her, realizing that they had nothing more to do here. But Yoko would like to go to the place where Itachi and Danzo were now fighting, but she understood that it was impossible to go there with Haruno. Even though the Uchiha was the genius of the clan, it is unknown whether he could defeat Shimura, who had been accumulating his strength for years and had vast combat experience. If Itachi loses, and Naruko is nearby at that time, then Danzo will have no problem accusing the girl of aiding the enemy and betrayal. Sakura could act as a witness, and Naruko was sure that if she gave any testimony, they would all be against her. But Yoko turned a short glance to Sasuke, and he, as if reading the girl's thoughts, nodded. Violet streaks appeared around his eyes, somewhat similar to those of Orochimaru, and the pupil became completely snake-like. The Uchiha entered hermit mode and most likely already sensed Itachi's chakra. "Well, how?" Naruko asked. "He wins," Sasuke smiled slightly. But Yoko's heart was relieved. She returned to the road again. Sakura, who did not understand what they were talking about, tried to clarify the situation, but in response she received a vague answer about Kakashi-sensei, which, of course, did not suit her. They moved like this for some time until Haruno suddenly flinched. Her legs gave way, and she would have fallen if Sasuke hadn't grabbed her and lowered her to the ground. Naruko jumped up to them, looking around in confusion at her teammate, who suddenly turned pale and trembled violently. "What's happened?" "He won," Sasuke replied. But Yoko couldn't hold back her joyful smile, but her rejoicing was interrupted by Haruno's strangled wheezing. Sitting down next to the Uchiha opposite her teammate, Naruko passed healing chakra over her body, but did not find any injuries. Suddenly, the words Kurama said before the Chunin exam flashed through the girl's head. No, Yoko's eyes widened in surprise, and she leaned forward and grabbed Sakura's face, opening her jaw and grabbing her wet tongue without any disgust. There was a black seal on it that was slowly disappearing. Naruko let go of the kunoichi's tongue in surprise, looking at her with some disbelief. "You. I can't believe it," she whispered, feeling anger replace shock. "You've been serving him all this time, right?" She pretended to be old Sakura, but in reality she was digging up information on us. "You yourself got into the team just to keep an eye on Sasuke," Haruno spat, wiping her wet mouth. "Yes, that is true, but I would never do anything that could harm any of you. Even you." "Take it." Yoko answered her. "I understand who can be told what information and who can't. I would never expose Sasuke to a blow from the man who gave the order to destroy his entire clan." "What's going on here?" Sasuke asked, collecting the overall picture of what was happening from fragments of phrases. "You," he pointed at Naruko, "came to the team to keep an eye on me. And you," he pointed at Sakura, "submitted to Danzo? Shimura Danzo? And all this time she supplied him with information about me and Naruko? So what?" "She is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi," Haruno cried, and angry tears welled up in her eyes. "She is unstable and not loyal to Konoha. If she decides to destroy her, then we must anticipate this in advance. And for the same reason, Naruko was watching you. Why should I destroy Konoha? This is stupid and petty." Yoko said in the same tone. "I wanted to destroy only the root of all problems. Why would I destroy the village and harm the inhabitants who were not involved in anything? What's the point of this?" "Yes, because they hate you. They all hate you, and I hate you too. You are disgusting, selfish and vile. You constantly stand in everyone's way, behave as if you are better than others, dare to push people around and do everything so that you yourself have a good life, not caring about orders," Sakura hissed angrily, and her green eyes flashed lightning. "You lie in your reports just to hide your dark dealings. You think I don't know that you're playing tricks with Itachi Uchiha? That he periodically comes to your house? You sang with a traitor, and you dare to lie to Sasuke-kun's eyes." "Sasuke himself knows everything perfectly well," Naruko answered her. "Don't make yourself an even bigger fool than you already are." This finally angered Sakura. She hissed like a cat, jumped up and attacked Naruko, releasing cobwebs from her mouth. But Yoko dodged the attack, blocking the blow with her foot and responding with a powerful slap. Haruno ducked sharply, hitting Naruko in the stomach and throwing her back a couple of meters. The girl, angrily spitting blood out of her mouth, stood up. Her body was enveloped in the golden chakra of the Nine Tails, and she was behind Sakura in an instant. Having made a powerful sweep, Naruko wanted to hit Haruno with her fist, but she intercepted the blow, which, however, did not stop Yoko from abruptly changing her strategy and, intercepting her teammate's outstretched hand, breaking it. "That's enough," Sasuke stopped them abruptly. The girls looked at him in surprise. "This is not the time to fight. No matter who does what, just calm down, both of you. Then discuss everything that happened." But Haruno wanted to be indignant, rising to her feet. Later, Sasuke snapped. And then Naruko quickly hit Sakura on the back of her neck. She staggered and lost consciousness, but Yoko managed to grab her across the waist. "Say what you want," she said, looking straight into the Uchiha's black eyes, "but I don't trust her anymore. She is a spy who worked for the enemy, and I will not allow her to be near me in consciousness." But Sasuke remained silent to this. Closing his eyes, he sighed heavily and went to where Itachi's chakra was felt. Naruko was left alone with an unconscious Sakura in her arms. Naruko took a deep breath and decided to buy apples instead of oranges. About a week has passed since Suna and Orochimaru's attack on Konoha. And it was the craziest week of Naruko's life. Firstly, the third Hokage died, which caused the entire village to grieve, and the funeral was arranged in a hurry. Sarutobi was buried by the entire village and with great honors. Secondly, Orochimaru died with him, and they decided for a long time what to do with his body, and in the end they decided to put him on fire so that no one would resurrect him, as he did with the first two Hokages. Third, Shimura Danzo was killed, and a long investigation followed, which determined that he was killed by Itachi Uchiha. Unfortunately, the body was not preserved, but Itachi, caught and not resisting, allowed the head of the Yamanaka clan to rummage through his head. After the truth about the fateful night 7 years ago was revealed, a new investigation was launched, and Naruko herself was removed from ANBU affairs, since she still helped Itachi when he was officially recognized as a Nukenin. Fourthly, Naruko herself practically did not see Sasuke, which is why she could not talk to him normally and explain everything that happened. She didn't know whether the Uchiha was angry with her or not, but she still wanted to clarify the current situation once again. Fifthly, the election of the fifth Hokage was held, and Tsunade was appointed to him, who 2 months ago was found by Jiraiya and dragged to the Konoha hospital so that she could cure Rock Lee. The investigation went faster with Tsunade. She herself was a rather capricious woman who liked to solve things quickly and swiftly. So Itachi Uchiha's business progressed by leaps and bounds with her arrival, and within a day all the necessary information was dug up. Danzo was recognized as a traitor, and the elders, including the third Hokage, were his supporters. They were arrested. Tsunade changed little in the village, but these changes were significant. The village has new elders Shikaku Nara and Yamanaka Inoichi. The Senju, using the effective listen to me or you will get a punch in the face method, forced Jiraiya to return to Konoha. The Root ANBU squad was disbanded and their memories were restored by removing all of Danzo's seals. True, the ability to feel anything did not return, but this problem was solvable. With this, Ino's childhood dream came true and she got an older brother. Shino's childhood best friend has returned. And Kiba unexpectedly acquired a father, who, according to legend, abandoned him with his mother and sister because of his wife's intolerable character. As for Sakura, she suffered her punishment. Naruko was reinstated, cleared of all charges, and she returned to her job as ANBU team captain. The girl had a lot of work to do, so she hardly got enough sleep. Now Yoko, having received a long-awaited day off, was standing in a grocery store and paying for fruit. I wanted something sweet, but there was practically no food at home. After a week of eating quick brewed noodles, I'm already a little tired of it. After taking the groceries, Naruko went home, looking around the village. The houses destroyed during Suna's attack were rebuilt quite quickly. An unexpected guest met her at the threshold, which surprised the girl. "Sasuke?" she asked. "Hello," the Uchiha responded. "Sorry for not coming earlier." "Yes, everything is fine. I was busy before. Will you come in?" "Perhaps." Naruko opened the door and let Sasuke inside, handing him the bags and asking him to take them to the kitchen. Naruko herself took off her shoes and, after washing her hands, went to her teammate. He stood like a restless statue by the window. "Yesterday the Hokage gave the order to release Itachi. They'll keep an eye on him for a while longer for safety reasons," Sasuke said. "I talked to him. He told me absolutely everything. I couldn't even imagine that all my childhood in the clan something like that happened." "Similar things happened before you were born," Yoko shook her head. "This is a long story that has been going on since the time of the founders. Yes, Itachi told me everything. He didn't kill anyone except his parents. The rest were killed by root Anbu. That's why I hate them. And Danzo took the Sharingans from the dead and transplanted them into his hand." Naruko swallowed hard. Danzo was truly a terrible and merciless person. In order to become stronger, he first ordered the destruction of the entire clan, not paying attention to Shirsui's proposal to send Fugaku under the indestructible Genjutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and then took the clan dojutsu for himself. Disgusting. In any case, it's all over. Danzo is dead, and no one else will dare to desecrate the bodies of your relatives. Yoko smiled slightly. "Thanks to you." "Thank you." Naruko just shook her head. She took a few steps towards Sasuke, and then hugged him a little hesitantly. The young man hugged her back, holding her tighter to himself and closing his eyes. The girl pressed her ear to his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat and ignoring her father's displeased grumbling. Who cares what that old fox says if she loves Sasuke with all her heart? Kurama could only accept it. "You are very dear to me," the Uchiha whispered. "I can even say with confidence that I love you." Naruko couldn't help but smile happily. She pulled away slightly from Sasuke and put her hand on his cheek, gently stroking it. The next moment, the Uchiha bent down slightly, kissing the girl. "I love you," Yoko echoed, breaking away for a second and kissing the Uchiha again. After some time, when Naruko was making tea for them, and Sasuke was already sitting at the table as usual, he suddenly said, "Yesterday I received orders from the Hokage. I am being transferred to Anbu under your command." Naruko turned around in surprise, frozen with the kettle at the ready. "Tsunade-sama didn't tell me about this. She told me to tell you myself." But Yoko suppressed the smile that bloomed on her lips too often this evening. Instead, she placed the cup in front of Sasuke and sat down on the chair, resting her elbows on the table and resting her head on her hands. It is not surprising that after everything that happened, their team broke up. It is unlikely that they will ever work together again. The likelihood of this was extremely low, and Naruko, to be honest, did not feel particularly sad about this. "By the way, I think I need to ask your father if I can date you." The sudden phrase from Sasuke surprised Yoko. She blinked her eyes, and then laughed loudly when in her head the Nine-Tails began to growl and swing its tails, shouting something about how he would never give his daughter to be torn to pieces by some Uchiha. "He won't mind," Naruko lied. "But I decide my future myself, not him. And you should ask me." "Then, will you be my girlfriend?" asked Sasuke. "I think so," Naruko agreed. The answer was the young man's barely noticeable but extremely gentle smile. That's the end of it, guys.